Chapter 2095. Luotian Orzhuan looked excited. As long as there was a clue about the sun and moon grass, he would go in regardless of whether it was dangerous or not. After all, it was the key to whether Mu Chinchue could wake up. Of course, before he left Luotian Palace, he had to completely eliminate the two uncertain factors, Yao Xiong and Di Ling. Now you should tell me about what happened back then, and the other use of the blood of the way, right? Zhuowen asked the Tao Defiant. The Tao Defiant nodded, and then he spoke in a low voice. Let me tell you why Lord Luotian perished all those years ago. I presume you've heard about the incident that occurred in Luotian Palace a few million years ago, right? I know. Luotian Palace was destroyed because of Great Brahma, and Lord Luotian died because of him. Zhuowen nodded. Humph. Great Brahma used the blood of the way to reach the 9 steps void sky, while Lord Luotian comprehended the way of heaven and understood life and death. In terms of strength, Lord Luotian was stronger than Great Brahma. Back then, when Lord Luotian challenged many experts in the star field, it attracted the attention of Great Brahma. Especially after Lord Luotian advanced to the void sky 9th step, Great Brahma summoned Lord Luotian. Although I don't know what Great Brahma said to Lord Luotian, I'm sure it was nothing good. After returning from Great Brahma Palace, Lord Luotian had been in seclusion. Since Lord Luotian was the second expert in the Great Brahma domain to reach the 9 steps void sky, Luotian Palace developed very quickly. It surpassed the 10 great sects in the star domain and approached Great Brahma Palace. However, Lord Luotian was always in seclusion and rarely cared about Luotian Palace's affairs. She also didn't agree to the suggestion of Luotian Palace's higher-ups to enter the star domain and expand their influence. Speaking of this, the Tao Defiant sighed and said, "At that time, my status in Luotian Palace wasn't high. I was just lucky to become the gatekeeper of Lord Luotian's seclusion and do some errands." Lord Luotian was very good. Although she had unparalleled power, she never put on airs. She treated all the disciples of Luotian Palace equally. Lord Luotian Palace was no exception. However, what happened later completely destroyed Luotian Palace. The Tao Defiant's eyes were spitting fire as he said hoarsely, Lord Luotian finally came out of seclusion, but for some reason she was blind. Later on, I learned that Great Brahma was summoning Lord Luotian to the Great Brahma Palace to impart a secret technique to Lord Luotian. It is said that this secret technique can consolidate the void sky 9 steps. Of Luotian's and that bastard, Lord Brahma, came to Luotian Palace at this time and suppressed Lord Luotian. In the end, the two of them fought. It was a terrifying battle. The entire far west was transformed into ruins. Galaxies were obliterated. In the end, the far west was reduced to its current state. It's covered in a terrifying magnetic field. No matter how powerful a cultivator's soul is, it's still possible for them to get lost in the far west. Zhuowen's eyes flickered. He hadn't expected that the dignified Lord of Brahma region, Lord Brahma, would actually plot to harm Luotian. Wasn't that a little too despicable? Zhuowen asked in a low voice, "Is Luotian dead?" Since Luotian had relied on herself to attain the 9 steps of void heaven, then she definitely had her own unique abilities. Zhuowen felt that such an expert probably wouldn't perish so easily. The Tao Defiant spoke, in a slightly sorrowful tone, "Lord Luotian is dead." Zhuowen frowned slightly and asked again, "Are you sure?" The Tao Defiant nodded and fell silent. It seemed like he was truly immersed in sorrow and was unable to extricate himself. "Now, tell me about the uses of the blood of the heaven Tao." Zhuowen spoke in a low voice. Even though Zhuowen still had doubts about Luoxin's fate, since the Tao Defiant was so certain, then it was useless even if he doubted it. He could only make guesses according to what the Tao Defiant said. The Tao Defiant sized up Zhuowen and said, "Seriously, you have the ancient sword Saint King's King Sword, right?" Zhuowen was stunned, and then he thought of the broken sword he'd obtained from the ancient sword tomb. Could it be that the king's sword the Tao Defiant spoke of is that broken sword? When he thought up to this point, Zhuowen withdrew the broken sword. At that moment, the broken sword had been restored to its original state. Although its surface was still covered in rust, it looked much better than before. Zhuowen had obtained the other half of the broken sword from a martyr. At that time, he'd wondered why the other half of the king's sword would be with a martyr in the Luoxin Palace ruins. Now that the Tao Defiant had mentioned it, Zhuowen had some guesses. The Tao Defiant glanced deeply at the king's sword and spoke solemnly. "It really is the ancient sword Saint King's King Sword. Looks like you're extraordinary, since you were able to obtain the King Sword." Zhuowen spoke coldly. "What does the blood of the Heaven Tao have to do with the King Sword?" The Tao Defiant didn't panic at all and continued, "Do you know the relationship between the ancient sword Saint King and Lord Luoxin?" Zhuowen shook his head and waited for the Tao Defiant to continue. The Tao Defiant smiled faintly. The ancient sword Saint King was the strongest person in the far west before Lord Luoxin. He was a peerless figure who had ascended 8 times. Unfortunately, his lifespan was limited, and he died of old age in the end. Not long after the ancient sword Saint King died of old age, Lord Luoxin rose to prominence, and Lord Luoxin was actually the ancient sword Saint King's only bloodline. Zhuowen's eyes narrowed. "So that's how it is. No wonder I was able to find the other half of the king's sword in Luoxin Palace. So it turns out that Luoxin and the ancient sword Saint King have such a close relationship." The Tao Defiant said, "The blood of the Heaven Tao contains Lord Luoxin's aura. So long as you utilize this aura, you'll be able to subdue the King's Sword. At that time, you'll be able to easily comprehend a formidable secret technique, like the 1,000 Sword Rain." Zhuowen laughed coldly. "I've obtained the 1,000 Sword Rain a long time ago. So long as I'm given a certain amount of time, it's only a matter of time before I fully comprehend it." The Tao Defiant ridiculed him instead. "You'll die once you've fully comprehended the Rain of 1,000 Swords. The 1,000 Sword Rain contains the ancient sword Saint King's will. If he notices that it isn't his descendant that cultivates the 1,000 Sword Rain, then the ancient sword Saint King's will annihilate that cultivator." Zhuowen shuddered. If the Tao Defiant was telling the truth, then he really was in danger. Although Zhuowen's soul was much more powerful than other cultivators of the void sky, the ancient sword Saint King was an existence that had reached the peak of the void sky. Zhuowen knew very well just how powerful the will of an existence like that was. If his soul was directly struck by the will of such an existence, it was very likely that his soul would collapse. It would be extremely dangerous. The King's Sword is a sword that the ancient sword Saint King forged his entire life. Do you think he'll be so kind as to allow an outsider to obtain such an important sword? The Tao Defiant continued. "Moreover, I can tell you clearly that once the King's Sword acknowledges you as a descendant of the ancient sword Saint King, you'll possess all the ancient swords that the ancient sword Saint King forged his entire life." Zhuowen's eyes flickered. He was rather tempted by the Tao Defiant's words, but he was unable to confirm how much of the Tao Defiant was telling the truth. "How do I use the presence within the blood of the heavenly Tao?" Zhuowen continued with his questions. He knew that what the Tao Defiant had said earlier was completely unnecessary. How to use the presence within the blood of the heavenly Tao was the crux of the matter. "I can help you extract the presence of the blood of the heavenly Tao," Since I evolved into a Tao Defiant because of the blood of the heavenly Tao, the pressure from the laws of the blood of the heavenly Tao doesn't affect me too much. I can come into contact with the blood of the heavenly Tao. That's your only way, said the Tao Defiant. Zhuowen fell silent. It was impossible for him to feel at ease, letting the Tao Defiant come into contact with the blood of the heavenly Tao. The Tao Defiant continued, I know you're worried about me, but I can swear that if you're still worried after that, then just pretend I didn't say anything. In any case, I've said everything I needed to say. The decision is in your hands. Zhuowen remained silent. He waved his sleeve, causing flames to blaze as he removed the ice lotus from the Tao Defiant. At the same time, he opened the white jade box that contained the blood of the heavenly Tao and revealed the dark blue blood within it. Zhuowen placed the ice lotus by the side of the box, and then terrifying cold energy instantly froze the box. However, the blood of the heavenly Tao was too terrifying, so it wasn't affected by the cold energy of the ice lotus at all. Zhuowen spoke indifferently. Now you can try to extract the aura of the Luo god from the blood of the heavenly Tao. The Tao Defiant took a deep and long glance at Zhuowen. Needless to say, Zhuowen's method was really good. The terrifying cold energy of the ice lotus had frozen the box on the ground, so the Tao Defiant wouldn't be able to do anything even if he had any ill intentions. The Tao Defiant slowly walked over to the blood of the heavenly Tao. The terrifying pressure of the laws emanated by the blood of the heavenly Tao really was completely useless against him. Zhuowen stared fixedly at the Tao Defiant as he was on guard against the Tao Defiant's actions. However, the Tao Defiant was extremely obedient and didn't do anything inappropriate. He just formed seals with his hands and really did start to extract the aura of the blood of the heavenly Tao. After around 4 hours of time passed, the Tao Defiant took a few steps back. There was a ball of dark blue energy at the center of his palm, and it seemed to be rather strange. This is Lord Luo God's aura. You just have to fuse it into your body, and then you'll possess Lord Luo God's aura. At that time, you'll be able to completely control the imperial sword and possess the qualifications to control the countless ancient swords of the ancient sword Saint King. The Tao Defiant passed the ball of energy to Zhuowen. Chapter 2096. Design you. Why? The Tao Defiant glared angrily at Zhuowen when he sensed his entire body turn icy cold and stiff, and he couldn't help but shout in a sharp voice. Zhuowen spoke indifferently, because I don't trust you. The Tao Defiant was furious. Zhuo, I helped you out of the kindness of my heart, yet you actually doubt me. Are you even human? Zhuowen just laughed coldly and remained silent. He just stared silently at the Tao Defiant, and his gaze grew colder and colder. It caused chills to run down the Tao Defiant's spine while he broke out in cold sweat. The Tao Defiant fell silent, and then he said coldly, if you don't want to put yourself in danger, then there's another way, and that's to mix your aura with Lord Luotian's aura. After that, you don't have to absorb the aura into your body, and you just have to let it coil around your body and disguise yourself. However, there are quite a few flaws in this method. I wonder if King's sword will be able to see through it. Zhuowen glanced coldly at the Tao Defiant. He knew that the Tao Defiant hadn't told him about this method on purpose. He guessed that absorbing the aura into his body would probably cause quite a bit of side effects. Otherwise, the Tao Defiant wouldn't want him, Zhuowen, to use such a method. Zhuowen paid no further attention to the Tao Defiant, and his gaze descended onto the ball of dark blue energy in his hand instead. After that, a ball of white energy gradually rose up from his empty right hand. It was the aura that Zhuowen had extracted from himself. After that, Zhuowen crossed his hands together, and then the white and blue balls of energy started to revolve towards each other. They gradually sped up and fused into one in the end. As their auras mixed together, Zhuowen noticed that his aura had started to assimilate with Luotian's aura, and then their auras were ceaselessly neutralized. When the aura reached a balance, Zhuowen combined this new aura into a ball of gauze covering the surface of his body. After that, he touched King's sword with his right hand. Although the king's sword was forcibly suppressed by Zhuowen, the sword spirit of the king's sword was proud and arrogant. It did not put Zhuowen in its eyes and was unruly. It was simply wishful thinking for Zhuowen to want the king's sword to recognize him as its master. However, things were different now. Zhuowen's aura was mixed with Luotian's aura, which made the sword spirit of the king's sword feel a trace of familiarity. It could feel that this was the aura of its master's bloodline back then. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Wang Jian let out a mournful sword cry, then flew over and floated in front of Zhuowen. Then it continued to revolve around Zhuowen, as if it was whispering its difficulties. Zhuowen reached out and gently stroked Wang Jian. The latter did not refuse, which made Zhuowen happy. Before this, he had also wanted to touch this king's sword, but every time his arm was almost cut off. Later on, he lost interest and gave up. Seeing that the king's sword was no longer resisting him, Zhuowen became bolder and began to try to refine the king's sword. Perhaps sensing Zhuowen's intentions, the king's sword struggled a little. However, after sensing Luotian's aura, the king's sword hesitated and did not resist. Zhuowen was overjoyed. He quickly increased his strength and completely refined the king's sword. Zhuowen sat in the hall for 3 days and 3 nights. After 3 days, Zhuowen suddenly opened his eyes. The rusty king's sword turned into a stream of light and circled around Zhuowen's body. It looked extremely intimate and obedient. Zhuowen looked at the king's sword in front of him with joy. The corner of his mouth curled up as he muttered to himself. Finally, the king's sword has been completely refined. Moreover, the sword manipulation technique, Thousand Sword Rain, was also completely comprehended the moment the king's sword was successfully refined. This is incredible. Putting away the king's sword, Zhuowen was very excited. The moment he refined the king's sword, he could clearly sense the ancient sword tomb, which was far away from the Luotian Palace ruins. There were more than 9,000 ancient swords stuck in the ancient sword tomb. In fact, if Zhuowen wanted to, he could mobilize the over 9,000 ancient swords. However, the Luotian Palace ruins were completely sealed. Even if he could move those 9,000 ancient swords, it would be useless. Putting away the ice lotus, Zhuowen looked at the defiant and said, "Now, help me kill Yao Xiong and the king's spirit. Otherwise, if I die, the sky path blood will be taken by those two. When that happens, I cannot guarantee that they will let you go." The defiant moved his limbs and said, "Don't worry. There are some things that I know better than you. This is why I want to cooperate with you. But you have to be careful of Yao Xiong. He is a guy who hides very well." Zhuowen nodded, and then he left with the Tao Defiance. He had the blood of the Heaven Tao in his possession, so the Tao Defiance and martyrs could only be led by the nose by him. He wasn't afraid of them acting against him unless the Tao Defiance intended to take him down with them. In the ruins of the Luotian Palace, most of the walls were broken, as well as some remnant arrays. Suddenly, at the end of a corridor, there was the sound of hurried footsteps. Then, 2 tall figures appeared. "Brother Yao, we seem to have lost him." The king's spirit narrowed his eyes and snorted coldly. Yao Xiong shook his head and pretended to smile mysteriously. "That Zhuowen is very cunning. We actually didn't lose him." As he spoke, Yao Xiong took out a palm-sized jar and smashed it. Suddenly, a terrifying, dense dark green mist gushed out from the jar. The dark green mist spread extremely quickly. In an instant, the entire corridor was filled with dark green mist. The mist was very strange. Wherever it passed, it would corrode and corrode. The smell was very unpleasant. It was so bad that it made people want to vomit. Brother D, take this pill. This is the antidote for the poison. If you don't take it first, I'm afraid you will be poisoned. Yao Xiong took out a green pill and gave it to the king spirit. The king spirit took the pill and looked hesitant. In the end, he swallowed it. As soon as he swallowed the pill, the king spirit's discomfort disappeared. He knew it was the antidote that had helped him. The poison is so strong. I don't believe Zhuowen can last long, the king spirit said coldly. Yao Xiong and the king spirit had been in the Luotian palace ruins for 5 or 6 days. They had been searching for a long time, but they had not found any clues about the Sky Path blood. They had not even found any other treasures. The two of them had suspected that Zhuowen, who had arrived first, had obtained the items in the ruins. Therefore, they had desperately searched for Zhuowen in the ruins. 4 to 6 hours ago, the two of them had encountered Zhuowen in this passageway. However, Zhuowen was swift, and he'd already fled towards the depths of the passageway at an extremely swift speed before the two of them could approach. What made the two of them gnash their teeth even more was that Zhuowen seemed to be very familiar with the ruins. In the twists and turns of the passageway, he instantly disappeared. In order to expose Zhuowen, Yao Xiong decided to use an extreme method, which was to release the poison mist. The poison mist was terrible. Once a cultivator was poisoned by it, they would not die immediately. Instead, they would be paralyzed and unable to move. As time passed, the poison would become stronger and stronger. Eventually, it would reach deep into the cultivator's body and corrode the illusory bridge. Furthermore, the poison mist was very diffuse. Although the passageway was deep with the characteristics of the poison mist, it could cover the entire passageway and its depths for tens of thousands of meters. Yao Xiong guessed that this passageway was at most 10,000 meters long. At that time, Zhuowen would be helpless against the poisonous fog. He could only sit and wait for death, waiting for the two of them to find him. Following the poison mist, the two of them went deep into the Luotian palace ruins. The corridor extended in all directions. A few hundred meters ahead, there were more than 10 branches. Let's split up and search, the king spirit suddenly suggested. Yao Xiong thought for a moment and nodded. He did not reject the king spirit's suggestion. The two of them each chose 2 corridors and quickly disappeared into the corridors. After the two of them entered their respective corridors, 2 figures walked out from behind them. One of them was a young man in a black robe surrounded by demonic mist. The other person was very strange. His flesh was transparent, and dense blood vessels could be seen deep in his body. The two of them split up. Which one do you want to deal with first? The defiant looked at the black-robed Zhuowen and asked in a low voice, Let's kill the king spirit first. This guy is very lucky. The corridor he chose is the one my main body entered. Zhuowen grinned, then led the Tao Defiance into the passageway that the king spirits had entered. On the other hand, the Tao Defiance led over 10 martyrs to follow closely behind Zhuowen. Even though the martyrs were slow, their combat strengths were extremely formidable, especially when they were under the control of the Tao Defiance. Their strengths had become even more terrifying. I hope my luck is better than Yao Xiong's. If I meet Zhuowen earlier, I can get the heavenly blood and leave the Luo God Palace ruins as soon as possible. The king's spirit flew quickly in the corridor. Thinking of Yao Xiong's various miraculous methods, the king's spirit was extremely afraid. Although the king spirit's cultivation was higher than Yao Xiong's, he knew that Yao Xiong had many more trump cards. Once he stood up, the king spirit was not confident that he could defeat Yao Xiong. In the king spirit's heart, Yao Xiong was too mysterious. We've reached the end already? The king's spirit suddenly stopped and looked at the wall in front of him. He frowned. However, when he saw a figure lying on the cliff in front of him, his frown completely relaxed, and he even laughed out loud. Ha! It seems that the heavens are helping me. I randomly chose a corridor, and I met Zhuowen. The figure lying on the ground was Zhuowen's main body, dressed in white. Chapter 2097. Real or Fake the King Spirit was overjoyed as he stared at Zhuowen, who was lying on the ground. It's really effortless to obtain it. The king spirit suppressed his joy and walked over to Zhuowen. However, the king spirit did not let his guard down. As he walked over, he scanned Zhuowen to make sure Zhuowen was not poisoned. After confirming that it was Zhuowen, the king's spirit clawed at Zhuowen's body. Pang! The king's spirit grabbed Zhuowen's body and heard a muffled noise. The king spirit was surprised to find that Zhuowen was no longer in his hand, but a pile of rubble. Is this an illusion? The king spirit knew this was not good, so he quickly retreated. But before he could get far, a muffled noise came from behind him, followed by a powerful force acting on his back. With a grunt, the king's spirit came to a stop. It was then that he realized there was an invisible ripple around him. Trap and kill array. Zhuowen, did you trick me? The king spirit's eyes were cold, and he roared. Suddenly, a black fog erupted from his body. Countless bolts of black lightning emerged from the black fog, and the sound of a horse's hooves could be heard. An incomparably handsome black horse rushed out from the black fog. The horse's hooves carried rolling black thunder. Its aura was like a rainbow, and its momentum was vast and mighty. The king's spirit jumped on the black horse, and black lightning surrounded his body. It turned into a black armor, and in his right hand, black lightning emerged to form a 3-meter-long halberd. The black horse roared at the sky. Its hoofs were like the wind. In an instant, it disappeared from its original spot like a bolt of lightning. Soon after, the surrounding formless ripples formed a death trap array that was completely destroyed. The moment the trap and kill array was destroyed, the king's spirit saw Zhuowen coming towards him. Zhuowen held the glorious amethyst galaxy divine sword in his right hand, while the 48 no-beginning demonic golden swords circled around him. You want to die? The king's spirit laughed coldly and swung his halberd. The black horse under his feet followed the king's spirit's lead and dashed forward. The black horse's momentum and the king's spirit's arm strength made the halberd's attack look magnificent. The space around it shattered, and the wind was like a tsunami. Slash! The heavenly halberd shattered the glorious amethyst galaxy divine sword, and the 48 golden sword of no beginning shattered. The heavenly halberd then pierced into Zhuowen's chest. Blood gushed out, forming a blood pillar. The king's spirit's right hand spun the halberd, and Zhuowen's body exploded into a cloud of blood. Inside the cloud of blood, the king's spirit's right hand grabbed the ring. Trash is trash. You can't even withstand a single blow. The king's spirit's eyes were full of pride, and he did not care about Zhuowen's body. Instead, he focused on the ring in his hand. This was because there was a high possibility that the blood of the way of the heavens was in the spiritual ring. After calming himself down, the king's spirit started to refine the spirit ring and erased all traces of Zhuowen from it, opening the spirit ring. The king's spirit's divine sense entered the spirit ring, and his breathing quickened. Inside the ring, he found many treasures that made him excited. there were level 9 divine pills, godly medicines, and dozens of barrels of heavenly star essence. Every single item in here was enough to cause countless old monsters in the Qingyan realm to fight over them. This little bastard got a lot of treasures in the Luo God Palace. I'm going to be rich this time. The king spirit's eyes were red with excitement, and his attention was drawn to a corner of the ring. There was a very inconspicuous gilded disc, and inside the gilded disc was a pool of blue liquid. The reason the king's spirit noticed the gilded disc in the corner was because of the blue liquid it was emitting. The aura was like a mountain collapsing, and the king's spirit could not breathe. Facing the blue liquid in the gilded disc, it was as if he was facing a god that he could only look up to. He could only worship it and not profane it. This is sky path blood. The king's spirit's body trembled, and his eyes shone. The king's spirit took out the golden disc from his spirit ring. Even though the blood of sky's power was terrifying, the king's spirit didn't care. He took out the golden disc and looked at the blood of sky in front of him. Sky path blood. When I reach the 8th step of the Void Sky Bridge, I will be able to use the sky path blood to break through the shackles and reach the 9th step of the Void Sky Bridge. The king's spirit held the golden disc and laughed, but he did not notice the blue blood lines on the surface of the golden disc. They were attached to the king's spirit's hands. The blue blood lines were very fast, and they spread through the king's spirit's body. The king's spirit felt something was wrong, and when he saw the blue blood lines on his hands, he quickly threw the golden disc away. But what made the king's spirit's heart go cold was that the golden disc seemed to have taken root in his hands, and he could not get rid of it. The king's spirit also noticed that as the blue blood lines spread through his body, a chill ran through his body, and his movements became slow and stiff. At that moment, the king's spirit realized that he had been tricked. Whoosh! While the king's spirit's body was stiff, a wind-breaking sound was heard. It was very fast, and it was aimed at the king's spirit's vitals. The king's spirit's hair stood on end, and his body moved to the side. A purple sword pierced his left rib, and blood splattered everywhere. The king's spirit used all of his god powers to seize One, who was wielding a purple sword. He couldn't believe what he was seeing, and he shouted, "How is that possible? Why aren't you dead?" One raised his sword and looked down at the king's spirit. He laughed coldly and said, "Look at your hands. Do you really have sky blood on them?" The king's spirit looked down and saw that Han Sun was no longer holding the gilded disc. Instead, there was an ice lotus in his hand. The ice lotus was incredibly cold, and it was eating away at the king's spirit's body. It was slowing down its movements. The lower half of the king's spirit's body had become an ice sculpture. As the cold air continued to rise, the upper half of the king's spirit's body began to freeze. What is this? Why is it so cold? The king's spirit's eyes narrowed to the size of a needle. He tried to use his god powers to break the ice, but it was useless. His feet were rooted to the ground, and he could not move an inch. Tisk, there's no need to struggle. I've personally experienced how frightening this ice lotus is. Even though you're strong, you'll only be able to struggle free from this ice lotus," said an eerie voice. The king's spirit turned around and saw a transparent defiant walking toward them. His face was full of mockery and ferocity. "Defiant, I didn't expect you to break free from Yao Xiong's bindings," the king's spirit said. The defiant shook his head and said, "Yao Xiong's bindings? That was just a show for you to see. If Yao Xiong really wanted to tie me up, I really wouldn't have been able to break free." "What do you mean?" The king's spirit had a bad feeling about this. "Don't waste your time talking to him. Brother, Yao is going to get the sky blood. Then he'll free you and allow you to leave Luo God Palace, and I'll get half of Luo God Palace's resources. What's the point of talking to this evil king spirit? Zhuo Wen, who was holding the purple sword, looked impatient. The purple sword sliced through the air and flew towards the emperor spirit's forehead. Suddenly, the sound of a horse's hooves could be heard. A pitch-black horse appeared in front of the king spirit. Then, the black horse let out a cry and exploded. Black lightning came out of the black horse's body and entered the king spirit's body. In an instant, the king spirit was filled with black lightning. The ice around him broke, and he regained his freedom of movement. Pang! The king spirit kicked Zhuo Wen in the chest. Zhuo Wen grunted and slammed into the wall. Do you think this cheap trick will work? The king's spirit grunted and continued to move towards Zhuo Wen. Although his hands were still bound by the ice lotus, his power had increased. The ice lotus cold air did not affect him much. Brother Yao, do something! Zhuo Wen's face was filled with terror as he involuntarily shouted. The king's spirit's body trembled, and his eyes became gloomy. He did not believe Yao Xiong would work with Zhuo Wen and the Defiant. After all, he had worked with Yao Xiong a few times, and he knew what kind of person Yao Xiong was. Pang! Unfortunately, before the king spirit could even get close to Zhuo Wen, a frightening wind came from his palm, and it hit the king spirit's waist. The king spirit's eyes narrowed, and he coughed up blood. He was slammed into the wall. The king spirit's eyes were cold as he looked at the man who had attacked him. The man was wearing a golden robe, and the king spirit was very familiar with him. It was Yao Xiong. The king spirit's eyes were red, and he stared at Yao Xiong. He shouted, "Yao Xiong, you have been using me all this time. You want to die?" The king's spirit roared, and his power exploded. On his chest, a red symbol appeared. Clearly, the king spirit had used a secret skill that could increase his power for a short time. As for the ice lotuses on his hands, they were also forcibly broken free from him. Pang! The king's spirit stepped forward, and the entire wall was crushed. He ran towards Yao Xiong like a cheetah. Yao Xiong looked cold, and he was not afraid of the king spirit. Chapter 2098. The king spirit's killing intent. The king spirit was fast, and it disappeared from where it stood. When the king's spirit left, Yao Xiong, who was wearing a golden robe, sighed in relief. He said, "Luckily, the king's spirit didn't see through my disguise. Otherwise, I'd be in trouble." After Yao Xiong finished speaking, he took off an almost transparent mask on his face with his right hand, revealing a youthful face that was quite pleasing to the eye. The young man was none other than the black-clothed Zhuo Wen. Zhuo Wen had planned to kill the king's spirit, but something unexpected had happened. He hadn't expected the king's spirit to be so powerful. If Zhuo Wen used his trump card to fight the king's spirit, the chances of him winning would be 50-50. There was a good chance they'd both end up injured. He might have even sacrificed one of his clones. Zhuo Wen had decided to have the black-clothed Zhuo Wen pretend to be Yao Xiong. He wanted the king's spirit to think that Yao Xiong had been using him. Although the process had been difficult, it had still worked. The king's spirit had been forced to use a secret skill, and the side effects would be great. The king's spirit would hate Yao Xiong. If they met again, they'd fight. Zhuo Wen walked up to the Defiant and asked, "Where's the king's spirit now?" The Defiant smiled and waved his sleeves. The transparent veins on his chest began to intertwine, forming a red pattern. If one looked closely, they could see that the red pattern was a map of a certain location. This map was the map of the entire interior of the ruins. The king's spirit is here, and Yao Xiong is here. They are almost opposite each other. It will be difficult to meet them. The Defiant pointed at the two red dots on the pattern. "Can we let them meet?" Zhuo Wen looked at the Defiant. He knew that the man had absolute control over the Luo God Palace ruins. If he hadn't held back and entered the ruins, he would have been killed by the Defiant. Thinking of this, Zhuowen felt a chill run down his spine. Fortunately, Zhuowen had been careful. He'd taken the blood of the sky, and he'd taken control of the Defiant and Martyr. The Tao Defiant spoke proudly. Yes, these ruins have always been operating under the control of my illusions. So, even an expert in the Tao of formations would probably be affected and controlled by me upon entering these ruins. Then let the two of them meet. As long as the two of them start fighting each other, I will take action to finish them off, Zhuowen said with a cold look in his eyes. The Defiant nodded and said, the king's spirit used a secret skill to increase his power. The side effects. He's tired. He won't be able to defeat Yao Xiong. Yao Xiong is only at the 6th step of the Void Sky realm, but the King Spirit is at the peak of the 7th step. Even if the King Spirit is injured, it won't be easy for Yao Xiong to kill him, right? Zhuowen said with surprise. The Defiant shook his head and said, you haven't fought Yao Xiong, so you don't know how terrifying he is. Besides, Yao Xiong isn't simple. He's noticed the strangeness of the ruins, and he's trying to break through my illusion. If he really does encounter an injured king spirit, then the king spirit has the highest chance of dying. Zhuowen frowned. He thought for a moment, and then he took out 2 drops of Heavenly Domain Starry Essence and said, put these 2 drops of Heavenly Domain Starry Essence where the king's spirit must pass, and then let them meet. The Defiant took a deep look at Zhuowen. When Zhuowen was in the formless formation, the Defiant knew that Zhuowen had an extremely large amount of Heavenly Domain Starry Essence, so he wasn't surprised that Zhuowen had taken out 2 drops of Heavenly Domain Starry Essence. All right, I'll ask the Martyr to take it to where the king's spirit must pass. As he spoke, the Defiant passed the jade bottle that contained the 2 drops of Heavenly Domain Starry Essence to one of the Martyrs behind him. After that, the Martyr walked towards the rock wall at the side with a blank expression, and then his entire body fused into the rock wall like a weak stream of water. It wasn't long before the Martyr appeared by the Defiant's side once more. Obviously, he'd placed the Heavenly Domain Starry Essence there. It's time for a good show. The corners of Zhuowen's mouth curled up slightly as he leaned against the rock wall and muttered in a low voice. A figure that was in a rather sorry state flashed through a dark passageway, and then he stopped on a rock wall while gasping for breath with a pale countenance. Yao Xiong, I really never expected that you've been deceiving me all this time. I'll definitely kill you once I've recovered. It was the king's spirit that had fled, and his eyes were filled with resentment at this moment. He'd suffered a great loss at the end of the passageway. First, he'd been hit by the Defiance illusion, then he'd been bound by the terrifying Ice Lotus, and then he'd been ambushed by Zhuowen. In fact, his injuries were quite serious, and he'd used a secret technique to forcibly break free from the Ice Lotus. It could be said that his injuries had worsened. If Yao Xiong hadn't appeared, the king's spirit might have tried to kill Zhuowen even at the cost of his injuries. But Yao Xiong had appeared, so he'd retreated at that moment. Although Yao Xiong's cultivation was lower than his, the king's spirit knew that Yao Xiong couldn't be compared to an ordinary Void Sky Ludeng. Yao Xiong was much stronger than the Void Sky Ludeng, and he had many trump cards. Even if the king's spirit was at his peak, he wasn't 100% sure that he could kill Yao Xiong. At that time, the king's spirit's injuries were too severe, and if he couldn't kill Yao Xiong in one blow, he would have died there. So, after weighing the pros and cons, the king's spirit finally retreated. Once his injuries were healed, he would settle the previous debt with Yao Xiong. And that little bastard Zhuowen, I didn't expect that bastard to be in cahoots with Yao Xiong. They were just putting on a show right from the start. I almost believed them. My poor Black Lightning fell just like that. Thinking of the black horse that had accompanied him for thousands of years, the king's spirit's heart ached. King's Spirit slowly leaned against the wall and placed his right hand on the wall behind him. He frowned. The king's spirit felt a bump in his right hand. He gently pressed the bump, and the bump sank into the wall. Creak! On his right, a secret door that was several feet wide appeared. Inside the secret door, a sparkling and translucent jade bottle was quietly placed inside. The king's spirit looked at the jade bottle and said to himself, Yao Xiong and I have been searching the ruins for 5 or 6 days, but we didn't find anything. Now that we're alone, I'm surprised I've come across something like this. I don't know what's inside. The king's spirit was a little cautious. He picked up the jade bottle and opened the cork. Then, a surge of medicinal power rushed into the sky. This medicinal power was very strange. At the top of the passage, a huge shadow appeared. Countless galaxies were arranged. It was a spectacular sight. This is heavenly star essence. The king's spirit trembled. He was stunned. Then he raised his head and laughed. His eyes were full of ecstasy. I didn't expect it to be the heavenly star essence. I really didn't expect it. God is helping me. The king's spirit's eyes were cold. Yao Xiong, you deceived me. The king's spirit, will not let this go. No wonder when we searched the ruins for treasures, we didn't find anything. It seems that we were tricked by you. The real good things have been taken by Zhuowen. Then, the two of you will share the loot. Even the heavenly blood has been taken by the two of you. Today, the king spirit, can get the heavenly star essence. If I don't kill you, the heavens will not forgive me. After saying that, the king's spirit snorted and took a drop of heavenly star essence. He felt refreshed, and his injuries were instantly healed. The heavenly star essence is worthy of its name. It can really heal injuries in an instant. The king's spirit carefully put away the jade bottle. There was still a drop of heavenly star essence in it. He must keep it safe. If his life was hanging by a thread, this thing could be a life-saving straw. Yao Xiong, Zhuowen, don't let me find you here. Otherwise, I'll make you die a horrible death. The king's spirit's eyes were like frost. Like a flash of lightning in the dark night, he quickly swept forward. His overbearing divine sense swept around unscrupulously. At this moment, the king's spirit's cultivation had been restored to its peak. Even if Yao Xiong was not simple, the king's spirit was not afraid. And with the drop of heavenly star essence in his possession, he was even more fearless. The king's spirit returned to the place where Zhuowen had attacked him, but found that Zhuowen and Yao Xiong were no longer there. Let's leave this passage first. The king's spirit whispered in a low voice. There were dozens of passages in front of him. This was where he and Yao Xiong had parted ways. If the king's spirit wanted to find Yao Xiong and Zhuowen, he would have to go to other passages. The king's spirit even suspected that Yao Xiong had the secret passage in the ruins. Thinking of this, the king's spirit suspected that Yao Xiong had been playing with him all this time. The real good things had been taken by Yao Xiong, and the heavenly blood was no exception. When the king's spirit came out of the passage and arrived at the intersection, his eyes immediately fell on a man in a golden brocade robe not far in front of him. The man in the golden brocade robe was none other than Yao Xiong. Yao Xiong also noticed the king's spirit, and just as he was about to greet him, he saw the king's spirit's eyes. He frowned and looked puzzled. Brother D, you just came out. I didn't find anything in the passage before. What did you find? Although Yao Xiong was surprised by the king's spirit's strange behavior, he still asked politely. Chapter 2099. Secondary heaven-breaking divine artifact. Yao Xiong frowned as he realized something was wrong with the king's spirit. It was as if the king's spirit was condemning him. Just as Yao Xiong was about to ask what was going on, the king's spirit's murderous intent became even more terrifying. Yao Xiong couldn't help but shudder. Yao Xiong immediately took out a small golden shield from his spirit ring. The surface of the small golden shield was like a tortoise's shell. It was covered with crisscrossing lines. If one looked closely, they could see that the lines formed a giant tiger's head. A tiger's roar was heard as the surface of the small shield exploded with golden light. It then turned into a lifelike image of a giant tiger's head. Bang! With a muffled sound, the tiger head phantom formed by the golden light on the surface of the small golden shield collapsed. Yao Xiong felt a terrifying force coming from the small golden shield, and he couldn't help but retreat with the small golden shield in his right hand. At that moment, Yao Xiong realized that the large halberd was attacking the small golden shield like a venomous snake. "Brother D, what is the meaning of this? Are you crazy?" Yao Xiong's eyes fell on the king spirit, who was holding the end of the halberd, and he couldn't help but be shocked. The king spirit smiled coldly and said, "Yao Xiong, are you going to play dumb with me again? You just ambushed me, but now you're acting like nothing happened. You're quite good at acting. Unfortunately, I won't fall for your trick again." After that, the king's spirit took a deep breath. The halberd turned into countless halberd shadows, and like rain, they bombarded the small golden shield in front of Yao Xiong. The halberd shadows were like a storm, and each of them was strong enough to tear apart the starry sky and shatter the stars. Ordinary cultivators of the void Sky 6 steppes would have a hard time dealing with them. Bang! 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 In the blink of an eye, the heavenly halberd had collided with the small golden shield thousands of times. Every time, a golden light would explode, as if it was a golden rain. It was extremely eye-catching. Yao Xiong was furious. The king's spirit didn't hold back at all, and every attack was aimed at killing him. This puzzled Yao Xiong, and at the same time, made him want to kill him. "Brother D, if you are so heartless, then don't blame me for being heartless. I don't think I have mistreated you, and yet you want to kill me? Very well. I will show you that I am not to be trifled with." Yao Xiong said, and the small golden shield's golden light became 10 times brighter. It then became a golden shield a few dozen feet in front of Yao Xiong. The halberd shadows of the heavenly halberd were terrifying enough. They landed on the surface of the golden shield one after another. However, the golden shield remained unmoved like a mountain. The king's spirit's eyes flashed with anger. He slapped the halberd with his right hand and stomped the ground with his right foot. The ground beneath the king's spirit's feet was unable to withstand the power of the king's spirit, and it cracked open like an abyss. Bang. Bang, bang, bang. The halberd landed on the golden shield like lightning, and the halberd's black light began to explode. In an instant, the entire hallway was dyed black, as if it had been plunged into darkness. Then the hallway collapsed. In the deep darkness, there were countless halberd shadows. They were like fish in the sea. They flew and gathered on the golden shield. Catcha! There was a crisp, cracking sound, and countless cracks appeared on the surface of the golden shield. Bang! Soon after, the golden shield was completely shattered. A blazing blade light slashed out the moment the golden shield was shattered. It was like a crescent moon that soared into the sky. The king's spirit's eyes narrowed. He waved his right hand, and the halberd slashed across the sky. It drew a horizontal line in the air and hit the crescent moon blade light. The horrible collision transmitted to the hallway, and finally, it was completely destroyed. The king's spirit jumped up and through the hole in the hallway. He looked down at the ruins of the Luo God Palace with cold eyes. Not long after, another figure broke out of the ground. It was Yao Xiong, dressed in golden brocade robes. Yao Xiong held a golden blade. The blade's surface was covered with strange runes. The golden light was dazzling, as if there was a sun embedded in the blade. It constantly emitted a dazzling golden light. Your blade is a secondary sky-breaking divine artifact. The king spirit's eyes fell on the golden blade in Yao Xiong's hand. He could feel that the blade in Yao Xiong's hand was much more terrifying than an ordinary void sky divine artifact. The halberd in the king spirit's hand was a top-grade void sky divine artifact, but compared to Yao Xiong's golden blade, it paled in comparison. Therefore, the king spirit guessed that Yao Xiong's golden blade was a secondary sky-breaking divine artifact. Divine artifacts were divided into Empyrean divine artifacts, true divine artifacts, void sky divine artifacts, and the legendary sky-breaking divine artifacts. Of course, there was a difference in quality between each level. The halberd in the king spirit's hand was a top-grade void sky divine artifact. It was the highest quality void sky divine artifact. However, above void sky divine artifacts was the sky-breaking divine artifact. It was said that sky-breaking divine artifacts were not man-made. Instead, they were powerful divine artifacts evolved from the heavenly Tao. They were powerful enough to kill any void sky cultivator. Even a void sky ninth step expert who had transcended life and death would be defeated by a sky-breaking divine artifact. Sky-breaking divine artifacts were legendary divine artifacts. Even the rulers of the 8 heavens had never seen one. However, there was another divine artifact between void sky divine artifacts and sky-breaking divine artifacts. It was the secondary sky-breaking divine artifact that the king spirit had mentioned. Secondary sky-breaking divine artifacts were superior to void sky divine artifacts. However, their power was far inferior to sky-breaking divine artifacts. The formation of a secondary heaven-breaking divine artifact was not fixed. It could be a secondary heaven-breaking divine artifact that evolved from a supreme-grade void heaven artifact, or it could be a secondary heaven-breaking divine artifact that was formed naturally. Therefore, there were many different reasons for the formation of secondary sky-breaking divine artifacts. Yao Xiong's gaze turned cold. The reason he was not afraid of the king's spirit despite his void sky six-step cultivation was because of the golden saber in his hand. Yao Xiong had obtained the golden saber by accident in a dangerous place. It was not man-made, but formed naturally. After obtaining the golden saber, Yao Xiong had hired many skilled craftsmen to craft it. He had even hired powerful arcana masters to add many powerful restrictions to the golden saber. Strictly speaking, the golden saber was not a secondary sky-breaking divine artifact. When Yao Xiong had obtained the golden saber, it had not completely evolved. Its power was still much stronger than a top-grade void sky divine artifact. After Yao Xiong had refined the golden saber, it had become even more powerful. It was not far from becoming a secondary sky-breaking divine artifact. Although the golden saber had not completely evolved into a secondary sky-breaking divine artifact, its power was not something the king spirit's halberd could compare to. To put it bluntly, Yao Xiong's golden saber was enough to close the gap between him and the king spirit. Brother D, this Yao has never done anything to let you down. Why did you try to kill this Yao when you met me? Can you give me a reasonable explanation? Yao Xiong was furious, but he forced himself to calm down. He asked the king spirit, "What do you think?" The king spirit looked at the golden saber in Yao Xiong's hand and sneered. "Don't you know what you have done? How dare you try to deny it? How ridiculous! Don't think you are so great just because you have a secondary sky-breaking divine artifact. I am not afraid of you." After saying that, the king's spirit kicked the ground with his right foot and charged towards Yao Xiong. The king spirit was not afraid. He still had a drop of heavenly domain star essence, which meant that he could afford to be injured again. With his cultivation level, if he used the secret technique again, he was confident that he could defeat Yao Xiong. This time, the king spirit did not only want revenge, but he also wanted Yao Xiong's treasures, especially the golden saber in Yao Xiong's hand and the heavenly path blood. Yao Xiong didn't understand, but he could see the greed in the king spirit's eyes, and it made him feel cold. It seems like you want my golden saber? Since that's the case, don't blame this Yao for what happens next. Yao Xiong shouted as he stepped out into the void. He swung the golden saber in his hand, and golden light burst out in all directions. It actually manifested the shadows of golden suns. At this moment, Yao Xiong was surrounded by countless golden suns. He was like an invincible god in golden armor. Bang! 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 In an instant, the two of them collided again. The terrifying saber and halberd collided, creating a deafening sound. The two of them fought fiercely. The sky changed color, and the earth cracked. Both of them had terrifying battle prowess of the void sky realm. The power of each of their moves was enough to kill an ordinary void sky cultivator. The two of them fought from the sky to the ground, and from the ground to the sky. The ruins of the Luo God Palace were destroyed beyond recognition. On the other hand, the Luo God statue was completely undamaged from the battle between the two of them. There was a powerful seal around the Luo God statue that blocked the shockwaves from the battle between the two of them. The two of them fought for an entire day and night. Suddenly, a figure flew out in a rather sorry state and smashed heavily onto the ground. The figure was the king spirit with the heavenly halberd. The king spirit's face was pale. He spat out a mouthful of blood and struggled to climb out of the ground. Yao Xiong, who was in the sky, retreated a few hundred feet. He held his chest with his right hand and panted. Although he was injured, he was much better than the king spirit. Chapter 2100. Profit from a quarrel. The king spirit laughed coldly and said, "What happened? Don't you know it yourself? You actually dare to question me?" Yao Xiong frowned, and he knew something was wrong. Just as he was about to speak, the king's spirit cast a spell and hit himself in the chest. A red mark appeared on the king spirit's chest. The king spirit's power increased by 1,000 times. It broke through 7 times and reached 8 times. Yao Xiong's expression changed greatly as he roared, "You're crazy! You actually used a secret technique to increase your strength. At that time, both of us will suffer. You're courting death." The corners of the emperor's spirit's mouth were covered in a cold smile as he said, "I presume that Zhuowen and the Tao Defiance are hiding nearby, right? After I get rid of you, I won't let those two off either." The king spirit was confident that he still had a drop of heavenly star marrow, so he had one more chance to return to his peak. Compared to Zhuowen and the Tao Defiance, the emperor's spirit was even more afraid of Yao Xiong. As long as he could get rid of Yao Xiong and obtain his golden saber. So what if he used the secret technique? After he obtained the golden saber, his strength would definitely rise explosively. At that time, once he consumed the heavenly domain Starsky essence, then Zhuowen and the Tao Defiance would be nothing but ants that he could annihilate with a wave of his hand. Yao Xiong wished to say something more, but the king's spirit stomped on the ground and cracked it. 9 songs ghost halberd. The king's spirit shouted, and the halberd in his hand split into 9 halberd shadows. Each shadow twisted and turned into a ghostly shadow. 9 different ghostly shadows surrounded the king's spirit, and a chilling aura emanated from it. It was as if Han's son had been plunged into the depths of a ghost town. This lunatic doesn't want to live anymore. Yao Xiong cursed in his heart. He had no choice but to fight the king's spirit. Yao Xiong swung the golden saber in his right hand. The golden light was like an upside-down waterfall, surging up from the ground and forming a huge waterfall high in the sky like the Milky Way in the night sky. Yao Xiong swung his sword 9 times, and each strike hit the 9 ghosts around the king's spirit. The gold light exploded, and the ghosts were destroyed. However, Yao Xiong was also deeply affected. With a muffled groan, he could not help but retreat. Every time he swung his blade, he would take a step back. In the air, he retreated a total of 9 steps before he finally stopped himself. At this moment, Yao Xiong was at his weakest. The king's spirit's eyes shone with a light that had never been seen before. He gripped the halberd tightly, twisted his waist, and thrust it towards Yao Xiong's body. Yao Xiong was exhausted. Seeing the king's spirit's halberd coming for him, he roared and swung his golden knife to change the direction of the halberd by 30 degrees. Puchi, fresh blood, spurted out as the halberd pierced through Yao Xiong's left rib and came out from his back. Die! The king's spirit's face was pale. His secret skill was powerful, but the side effects were terrifying. He felt powerless. Yao Xiong's eyes flashed with anger. If the king's spirit wanted to kill him, how could he not fight back? Yao Xiong pulled out a black stone from his spirit ring and threw it at the king's spirit. When the black stone left his hand, its surface lit up with countless golden runes. The runes then separated themselves from the stone and turned into thin golden threads that wrapped around the king's spirit. The king's spirit's eyes narrowed, but he did not pull out the halberd. Instead, he channeled his power into the halberd. Suddenly, the surface of the halberd shone with a ghostly light. The ghostly light was like the sharpest blade in the world. It pierced Yao Xiong's body and tore through it mercilessly. Puchi, Yao Xiong started to panic. He thought the king's spirit would use its halberd to block the black stone, but it didn't care. It wanted to kill Yao Xiong first. As soon as Yao Xiong thought of this, the power of the halberd exploded inside his body. He exploded into a cloud of blood mist. The moment Yao Xiong exploded into a cloud of blood mist, the golden threads from the black stone wrapped around the king's spirit and tightened. When the golden threads wrapped around him, the king's spirit took out the celestial star essence he had prepared and put it in his mouth. Boom! The golden threads exploded, and then more explosions followed. The explosions were getting more and more intense. Most of the places in the cloudy sky could feel the tremors of the explosions. The explosion didn't last long, and it was quickly broken by the halberd. The king's spirit walked out of the broken golden threads, holding the sky-piercer halberd. He looked at Yao Xiong, who was regenerating his body. At that moment, Yao Xiong's whole body had become a cloud of blood mist. A gigantic, illusory, heavenly bridge floated above Yao Xiong, and waves of energy flowed into the bloody mist, causing Yao Xiong's body to gradually recover. There was already a trace of an embryonic form. Brother D, this is all a misunderstanding. Don't do anything stupid. Yao Xiong's soul, which was floating above his body, saw the king's spirit walk out of the golden threads. He was scared out of his wits. Yao Xiong thought the golden threads were strong enough to kill the king's spirit. But now, the king's spirit was not dead. Yao Xiong did not understand how the king's spirit had managed to do this. Brother D, if you want this sword, I can give it to you. It is called the Supreme Shining Sun Sword. It is very close to being a sky-breaking weapon. Yao Xiong quickly threw the golden sword to the king's spirit and retreated with the cloudy sky bridge. His body was still being regenerated by the cloudy sky bridge, and he could not fight. If the king's spirit wanted to destroy his cloudy sky bridge, he would die. He could only stall for time. The king's spirit took the golden sword and waved it around. He laughed and said, "Good sword. Brother D, you are right. This sword is only worthy of a genius like you. It is a waste for it to be in my hands. Yao Xiong quickly said. The king's spirit looked at Yao Xiong coldly and said, Brother Yao, it's not that I don't want to give you face. It's just that you didn't want to be nice to me first. So, Yao Xiong hurriedly said, Brother Di, you must have misunderstood something. I have been searching for the blood of heavenly Tao in the passageway. This was the first time I met you. I have not done anything to offend you. The king's spirit shook his head, and with a kick of his right foot, he flew towards Yao Xiong. Yao Xiong howled and fled into the distance. Unfortunately, Yao Xiong was too weak right now, and his injuries were far from healed. There was no way he could outrun the king's spirit. The king's spirit stepped onto Yao Xiong's cloudy sky bridge, and with a kick of his right foot, countless cracks appeared on the bridge. King Spirit, you will die. Yao Xiong's voice was filled with hatred. Then, Yao Xiong's cloudy sky bridge exploded. The King Spirit didn't have time to dodge the explosion, and it was engulfed by the energy of the illusory bridge's explosion. When the explosion finally subsided, the King Spirit's body fell to the ground. His clothes were ragged, and his face was pale. This Yao Xiong is really decisive. He blew up the cloudy sky bridge. The King Spirit's eyes were cold. Although Yao Xiong's cultivation was not as high as his, the power of the explosion was still terrifying. The King Spirit's body and mind were both damaged, and the injuries he received were not light. But this time I got lucky. With Yao Xiong's supreme shining sun blade and his spirit ring, it's not a big deal. The King's Spirit opened his right hand and looked at the ring and the supreme shining sun knife. He grinned, and his eyes were filled with joy. What a wonderful fight! Suddenly, there was a clear sound of footsteps, followed by a sarcastic voice. Di Ling's face turned slightly solemn, and then he raised his head to gaze at Zhuo, who was leading the Tao Defiance over. He tightened his grip on his halberd and laughed coldly. You're really late. I've already dealt with Yao Xiong. It's utterly useless for you to come over. Zhuo shook his head and said, On the contrary, I think I came at the right time. Yao Xiong is dead, and you're next. I think Yao Xiong won't be too lonely if you die with him. The King's Spirit sneered and said, You? Even if you and Yao Xiong work together, I'm not afraid, let alone a piece of trash like you. Zhuo nodded and muttered to himself, What you said makes sense. My cultivation is indeed too weak. It's good that you know it. Die. The King's Spirit sneered and jumped towards Zhuo. A mocking smile appeared on Zhuo Wen's face as he took out a black heart in his right hand. Zhuo took the black heart from the 7 poison puppet. It was the poison sac of the 7 poison puppet, and it was the main source of the 7 poison puppet's poison gas. Zhuo crushed the poison sac, and suddenly dark green poison gas spread out like a hurricane. The King's Spirit sneered. Poison gas couldn't affect him at all. He secretly mobilized his divine power and covered all the pores in his body. Then he charged toward Zhuo without slowing down. But when the King's Spirit was 10 meters away from Zhuo, his body trembled and fell to the ground. His body twitched, and his face turned green. What's going on? The King's Spirit looked at Zhuo in disbelief. Is the celestial star essence useful? Zhuo asked the King's Spirit with a smile. The King's Spirit's pupils shrank as he stared at Zhuo and shouted, How do you know about the heavenly domain star essence? Because I put the 2 drops of heavenly domain star essence there on purpose. The purpose was to let you find it. If you hadn't recovered from your injuries, you wouldn't have dared to face Yao Xiong. Of course, in order to make you more confident and firm your desire for revenge, I gave you 2 drops. This way, you will have no worries. Chapter 2101. Servant Nation, the Emperor's spirit gnashed his teeth in anger. Now that he had guessed something, he stared at Zhuo and growled that Yao Xiong, the Yao Xiong you saw before, was a fake. Didn't you kill the real Yao Xiong? Zhuowen smiled. The emperor's spirit suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. He was so angry that he realized he had been used by Zhuowen. No wonder Yao Xiong always looked confused. It turned out that the emperor's spirit had completely misunderstood Yao Xiong. Zhuowen looked at the poisoned emperor's spirit silently and felt a chill in his heart. The 2 drops of heavenly domain star essence he took out were mixed with the Saint Forbidden Divine pill Yao Xiong gave him. The Saint Forbidden Divine pill was said to be able to raise one's cultivation by a small level. It was extremely rare, but Zhuowen had found another corpse in the stone room and knew how terrifying the Saint Forbidden Divine pill was. The Saint Forbidden Divine pill itself was not poisonous, but if it was contaminated with the 7 poison puppets' poison gas, it would immediately evolve into a highly toxic poison. Then, the cultivator who took the Saint Forbidden Divine pill would immediately die. At that time, Zhuowen also had an attitude of trying it out. He ground the Saint Forbidden Divine pill into powder and merged it with the heavenly domain star essence. After all, the emperor's spirit was a void sky 7th step cultivator. In Zhuowen's opinion, no matter how strong the Saint Forbidden Divine pill's poison was, it would at most restrict the emperor's spirit's movements. Now it seemed that Zhuowen had really underestimated the Saint Forbidden Divine pill's poison. The emperor's spirit was in excruciating pain as it died from the poison. Thinking back to when he didn't find the corpse and unknowingly took the Saint Forbidden Divine pill, Zhuowen knew that he would be restrained by Yao Xiong. If that Yao Xiong wanted Zhuowen to die, he only needed to use the poison gas of the 7 poison puppets to make Zhuowen die from the poison and suffer unbearable pain. Thinking of this, Zhuowen's eyes flashed coldly. If Yao Xiong didn't die, Zhuowen might have made Yao Xiong suffer a little. I hate it. The monarch spirit roared to the sky and summoned the illusory heavenly bridge, intending to self-destruct. The king spirit was well aware of his own condition. The poison in his body was terrifying, and it had paralyzed him completely. As time passed, the poison would only become more and more terrifying. In the end, he would die from the poison. Even if he didn't die from the poison, the king spirit knew he could do nothing but wait for death. So he might as well blow up the bridge and take Zhuowen down with him. I have the antidote. Brother D, do you want to die just like that? The king's spirit looked at Zhuowen and said, Do you mean you won't kill me? Yes, Zhuowen said. Zhuowen chuckled. Brother D, you are a peak 7th step void sky expert, just 1 step away from reaching the 8th step and becoming an ancestor of your sect. Do you want to die after cultivating for so many years? The king spirit's eyes flashed, and he looked hesitant. The reason the king spirit was able to get to where he was today was not only because of luck, but also because of his talent and hard work. The king spirit had cultivated for tens of thousands of years, and if he died today, it would be a waste. How could the king spirit be willing to do that? You must have some special conditions for not killing me, right? The king spirit calmed down and asked. Zhuowen smiled and said, Of course, there is a condition. Otherwise, why would I not kill you? What condition? The king's spirit asked coldly. Be my slave, Zhuowen said coldly. In your dreams. The king's spirit's eyes flashed with murderous intent. Zhuowen continued unhurriedly, I don't want you to be my servant forever. I want you to be my servant for 1,000 years. After 1,000 years, you will be free to go wherever you want. The king's spirit hesitated. With his proud personality, he would not easily become someone's slave. But compared to his tens of thousands of years of cultivation, the king's spirit was hesitant. He did not want to die like this, and he did not want to be someone's slave forever. He only wanted to be someone's slave for 1,000 years. 1,000 years was nothing to a powerful being like the king spirit. It could pass in the blink of an eye. If you still think it's inappropriate, you can choose to die. I won't stop you if you want to self-destruct. Anyway, I have a lot of heavenly domain star essence. Even if you self-destruct several times, as long as I don't run out of heavenly domain star essence, I'll still be fine, Shuo-Wen said lightly. The king spirit looked at Zhuo-Wen and said, I want a bottle of celestial star essence, and I will agree to be your slave for 1,000 years. What do you think? You are truly asking for an exorbitant price. That is fine. However, after becoming my servant, you must obey my orders. You are not allowed to disobey in the slightest. Otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite, Zhuo-Wen said coldly. The king spirit's eyes narrowed dangerously, but Zhuo-Wen did not back down. In the end, the king spirit nodded and said, Okay. Now let go of your soul. I will plant a slave seal in your soul. Then I will read it for you, Zhuo-Wen said. The king spirit frowned and sighed. In the end, he let go of his soul. He knew this was the only way he could survive. Seeing the king spirit let go of his soul, Zhuo-Wen nodded. Then he condensed a slave seal in the air and imprinted it into the king spirit's forehead. A crescent-shaped golden mark appeared between the king spirit's eyebrows. It was the mark of a slave seal. As long as the king spirit had the slave seal, it could not resist Zhuo-Wen's will. Otherwise, it would suffer the backlash of the slave seal. The pain was not something an ordinary cultivator could withstand. This slave imprint will automatically disappear after 1,000 years. I think you should be able to sense it, Zhuo-Wen said indifferently. The king spirit did not answer. Instead, he asked coldly, Where is the antidote? Zhuo-Wen shrugged and said, First, give me Yao Xiong's supreme shining sun blade and spirit ring. The king's spirit snorted and handed the two items to Zhuo-Wen. Zhuo-Wen glanced at the supreme glorious sun saber with a look of amazement. The supreme shining sun blade was infinitely close to being a sky-breaking divine artifact. Its power was greater than any other void sky divine artifact. It would be a great help to him in the future. Putting away the supreme shining sun blade, Zhuo-Wen opened Yao Xiong's spirit ring and whispered, This poison was made by Yao Xiong. I think the antidote should be in Yao Xiong's spirit ring. The king spirit's face turned ugly. Once again, he felt like he had been played. However, he still forcefully suppressed the anger in his heart and silently watched Zhuo-Wen rummage through Yao Xiong's spirit ring. After a while, Zhuo-Wen pulled out a red jar from the spirit ring. Zhuo-Wen's divine sense was extremely powerful. With a slight sweep, he basically knew what was inside this spirit ring. Zhuo-Wen had studied the poison in the king spirit's body. So, after rummaging through the spirit ring, he quickly found the antidote. Take it. The antidote is in there. Zhuo-Wen threw the red jar to the king spirit. The king spirit hesitated for a moment before swallowing it. After a while, the king spirit realized the poison in his body was fading away. It seemed that the red jar really did contain the antidote. After the poison was removed, the king spirit stood behind Zhuo-Wen without saying a word. Zhuo-Wen didn't care about the king spirit's silence. He looked at the defiant and said, There should be many other treasures in the Luo God Palace besides the blood of heaven, right? But I don't seem to have found anything in the ruins. The defiant's eyes flashed, but he smiled and said, My lord, you don't know. The Luo God Palace was reduced to ruins in the war all those years ago. Most of the treasures are damaged. Even the ones that are left are basically useless after so many years. So, Zhuo-Wen gazed coldly at the Tao Defiant and said, So that's how it is. Even if there's nothing here, I still intend to enter the statue and have a look. The Defiant's face changed slightly. He knew that Zhuowen must have noticed something when the king's spirit and Yao Xiong were fighting. After all, the entire Luo God Palace had been reduced to ruins by the shock waves of the battle. Only the Luo God stone statue was protected by powerful restrictions. Who would believe that there was nothing good inside the stone statue? Although Zhuowen had already obtained a heaven-defying treasure like the heavenly Dao blood from the Luotian stone statue, given Zhuowen's intelligence, he knew that the Luotian stone statue didn't just contain the heavenly Dao blood. It also contained the foundation of the Luotian palace. The Defiant sighed and said, "My lord, there is actually another space inside the Luo God stone statue. I've never been there, so I haven't mentioned it to you." "Then take me there," Zhuowen said expressionlessly. The Defiant nodded and walked silently towards the Luo God stone statue. Last time, the Defiant had gone through the secret door at the left foot of the statue. This time, the Defiant went to the right foot of the statue. There was a secret door there as well. After the three of them entered the secret door suddenly plunged downward in the opposite direction of the right foot's ascending direction. It only fell for the time it took half an incense stick to burn before it calmed down. The secret door opened, and a pitch-black space appeared before Zhuowen. The only light came from a ball of light at the end of the space. The ball of light glowed like a star, and it glowed silently. "What is this place?" Zhuowen asked with a frown. The Defiant lowered his head and said, "This is the first time I've come here. Although I knew about this place, I've never entered it." "Why?" Zhuowen asked curiously. Chapter 2102. The faceless woman Zhuowen's eyes narrowed slightly when he heard the Tao Defiant, and he gazed at the ball of light while he became vigilant in his heart. Zhuowen gazed at the Tao Defiant and said, "You lead the way." The Tao Defiant's expression changed slightly, but he didn't dare disobey Zhuowen's orders. Now that the blood of the Heaven Tao was in Zhuowen's possession, the Tao Defiant really didn't dare act against Zhuowen at all. In the end, the Tao Defiant yielded and nodded, "Then I'll lead the way." Zhuowen heaved a sigh of relief when he saw the Tao Defiant lead the way, and then he followed slowly behind the Tao Defiant. On the other hand, the Emperor's spirit followed Zhuowen meticulously. Only the ball of light at the end of the path emanated rather brilliant white light amidst the darkness of the void. It didn't take long for the three of them to arrive before the ball of light. Zhuowen raised his head and looked over. He noticed that the ball of light was oval in shape, and its surface was covered in countless fine threads of light. Zhuowen asked, "What's that?" The Tao Defiant shook his head with a blank expression. "I don't know what it is either." Zhuowen frowned slightly, and then he suddenly sensed a strand of unusual movement from within the spirit ring. Zhuowen had a strange expression on his face when he withdrew the white jade box. He was naturally very familiar with the box because it contained the blood of the Heaven Tao. Is it related to the blood of the Heaven Tao? Zhuowen pondered in his heart, and then he hesitated for a moment before he gently opened the box. A dark blue drop of blood of the Heaven Tao flashed out from within the box, and then Zhuowen hurriedly closed the box. If he didn't close the box in time, then Zhuowen knew that the blood of the Heaven Tao within the box would probably be absorbed into the ball of light. Zhuowen's gaze descended onto the ball of light once more, and he noticed that the ball of light was actually suffused with a dark blue glow. After that, strands of blue light that seemed like veins extended towards the darkness in the surroundings. In just an instant, the entire dark space was filled with blue light. Zhuowen looked around and noticed that there were actually numerous resources within this dark blue space. There were numerous medicinal fields that surged with medicinal energy, rich veins of or that were like mountains active weapons that floated in midair, and so on and so forth. Everything that was difficult to find in the outside world was actually here, and there were even many treasures that Zhuowen had never seen before. This should contain all of Luotian Palace's resources, right? The king spirit asked, his eyes shining. Looks like this space needs the blood of the Heaven Tao in order to be completely illuminated. I never expected that Lord Luotian would have such a trump card. I presume it's for the revival of the Luotian Palace. The Tao Defiant sighed. Zhuo Wen's eyes flickered with excitement. He focused on the darkness in the distance and said, "If more blood of the heavenly Tao is placed in this ball of light, does that mean that it can illuminate even more space?" The Tao Defiant spirit hesitated and said with uncertainty, "I'm not sure, but you can give it a try." Zhuowen took a deep breath, held the white jade box in his hand, and opened it once more. However, his gaze didn't descend onto the ball of light, but onto the Tao Defiant spirit. The Tao Defiant spirit's eyes flickered, and he didn't seem to be very surprised. Bang! As soon as Zhuowen opened the box, he closed it once more. At the same time, a cold light erupted from the eyes of the Emperor's spirit, who stood by Zhuowen's side. He took a step forward and smashed his fist against the Tao Defiant spirit. The Tao Defiant spirit was prepared. He clenched his fists, and countless blood-red threads instantly transformed into a blood-red mouth that blocked the Emperor's spirit's fist, while the Tao Defiant spirit was blasted flying. What's the meaning of this? The Tao Defiant spirit gazed at Zhuowen with a slightly unsightly expression. As soon as the Tao Defiant finished speaking, the ball of light before Zhuowen suddenly exploded, and then the countless rays of blue light that coiled around the surface of the ball of light shot out like a rain of arrows and enveloped Zhuowen and the Emperor's spirit. "Little rebel, you're really too indecisive." At the instant the blue light enveloped Zhuowen and the Emperor's spirit, a graceful figure walked out from the center of the ball of light. She wore a pink embroidered dress, was tall and slender. Her slender legs swayed slowly, and she was filled with temptation. But strangely, she didn't have any facial features. She was completely faceless. The Tao Defiant wasn't surprised when he saw her, and he said, "Zhuowen is extremely cautious. That kid wouldn't have fallen for it at all if he hadn't used some sort of trick." The faceless woman spoke indifferently. "He really is cautious. He clearly saw so many resources, yet he actually wasn't willing to give even more of the blood of the Heaven Tao to the ball of sacrifice. He only gave me a single drop, so I've only been able to awaken a portion of my strength. We possess so many resources, yet we're unable to utilize them at all. We're even unable to leave the area where the blood of the Heaven Tao resides. How pitiful! Both of us are unable to take the initiative to extract the blood of the Heaven Tao, but Zhuowen actually extracted it." The Tao Defiant shook his head and spoke rather helplessly. "I spent so much effort to finally make Zhuowen believe that I'm a Tao Defiant that was a survivor of Luotian Palace from all those years ago. After that, I intentionally brought him here and used the resources of Luotian Palace as bait. I thought that kid would produce the blood of the Heaven Tao to completely activate the ball of sacrifice, but I never expected that all my efforts would be for naught." The faceless woman chuckled. "It wasn't for naught. At the very least, I absorbed a drop of the blood of the Heaven Tao and awakened from my deep slumber. All those years ago, Luotian Palace suppressed both of us here for a few million years before it died. Perhaps it never imagined that I would be able to escape, right?" The Tao Defiant nodded, and then he gazed at the faceless woman and smiled. "Even though you've awakened, your strength is far from recovered. That fellow, Zhuowen, isn't simple. Can you really trap him?" The faceless woman spoke with disdain. "Don't worry. The ball of sacrifice was created by Lord Brahma all those years ago. Once one is enveloped by the energy of the ball of sacrifice, then one's soul would be lost. At that time, one would become an unconscious martyr. The Tao Defiant was still quite worried, and he said, Zhuowen's soul is very strong. I'm afraid the ball of sacrifice wouldn't be very effective against him, right? Besides that kid possesses heavenly domain starry pith, so it's very difficult to kill him, right? Heavenly domain starry pith, that kid actually possesses such a precious treasure. Do you know how much he possesses? The faceless woman hurriedly asked. The Tao Defiant shook his head and said, I'm not very sure, but there are at least over 10 buckets of heavenly domain starry pith. That's quite a huge amount. That much? The faceless woman was shocked, but it wasn't long before she laughed coldly. A precious treasure like heavenly domain starry pith can only be refined by the Lord of the heavenly domain. That kid probably obtained it from Lord Brahma, right? However, the ball of sacrifice was personally refined by Lord Brahma as well, so that kid might not be able to resist the ball of sacrifice even if he possesses heavenly domain starry pith. The Tao Defiant fell silent. Even though he was still quite worried, he trusted Lord Brahma's ball of sacrifice more. After all, it had heavily injured goddess Luo all those years ago. Even though the ball of sacrifices might have been weakened to an extremely tiny extent because of goddess Luo and time, the Tao Defiant knew that it was more than enough to deal with a cultivator like Zhuowen. Zhuowen stood on the spot while he stared solemnly at the threads of blue light that revolved incessantly around him. The threads of blue light actually flashed towards Zhuowen's head, and the tips of the threads of blue light were sharp. Zhuowen knew that if these threads of blue light pierced into his head, then he would lose a layer of skin even if he didn't die. When he thought up to here, Zhuowen immediately withdrew the no-beginning devil gold swords. At the same time, he held glorious amethyst in his right hand while condensing a violet-colored sword with the energy of Tao insight in his left hand. He suddenly slashed out with both swords while the 48 no-beginning devil gold swords condensed into a dense defense. The strange thing was that Zhuowen's attack was completely useless before these threads of blue light, and it seemed as if they were transparent as they passed through the threads of blue light. Even the 48 no-beginning devil gold swords were actually pierced through by the threads of blue light, and then Zhuowen watched in shock as the threads of blue light flashed into Zhuowen's head. Zhuowen felt a bang resound before intense pain shot through his head, and he couldn't help but roll on the ground while holding his head with both hands. This kind of pain was too terrifying. Even though Zhuowen had a strong will, he couldn't help but groan in pain. Zhuowen felt as if after the threads of blue light pierced into his head, they were constantly tearing at his soul, as if they wanted to tear his soul into pieces and take over his body. No, I have to stop these threads of blue light from entering my head. Zhuowen endured the pain and sat cross-legged on the ground, starting to circulate the stars meditation diagram. Zhuowen had always felt that this cultivation method was unusual. He was afraid that Tai Ching had specially chosen it for him, and it was extremely suitable for Zhuowen and his doppelganger to cultivate. In Zhuowen's spiritual space, endless threads of blue light appeared. These threads of blue light flashed out in an extremely domineering manner, nibbling away at the spiritual galaxies in his spiritual space, fusing them into even more threads of blue light. Explode. Chapter 2103. Breaking apart the Divine Soul Galaxy was completely shattered, forming a terrifying force that swept through the Divine Soul space. The blue light threads were endless, but they were also torn to pieces by the shattering force of the Divine Soul Galaxy. Zhuowen immediately took the heavenly domain starry sky essence, but his complexion did not improve because of the destruction of the blue light threads. Because the blue light threads from the outside continued to pour into Zhuowen's divine soul space, trying to completely control Zhuowen's divine soul, and Zhuowen could only passively resist these troublesome blue light threads. If Zhuowen really could not resist, then he could only shatter the divine soul galaxy and tear the invading blue light threads with the shattering force. Although Zhuowen had the heavenly domain's starry sky essence, the impact of shattering the divine soul galaxy was not small, and it was very taxing on his mind. But Zhuowen could do nothing. After all, these blue light threads were too difficult to deal with. The blue light threads invaded the divine soul again and again, and Zhuowen could only passively shatter the divine soul galaxy again and again, and his face soon became extremely pale. However, fortunately, the star's meditation diagram was extremely magical and had infinite possibilities. Although Zhuowen was constantly shattering the divine soul galaxy, Zhuowen's divine soul was also constantly growing stronger by relying on this magical power. In Zhuowen's divine soul space, every time the divine soul galaxy was restored, the number of galaxies would increase, and it was still increasing exponentially. Time gradually passed, and Zhuowen stayed in it for 3 days and 3 nights. Although the time was not long, Zhuowen had entered the gates of hell countless times. Every time the divine soul galaxy was shattered, he would die and come back alive, which was extremely uncomfortable. But his divine soul was growing very fast. At this moment, in Zhuowen's divine soul space, there were originally only 1,000 divine soul galaxies, but now there were 3,000 divine soul galaxies. And Zhuowen also used 1/10 of the heavenly domain's starry sky essence in these 3 days and 3 nights, which showed how terrifying the surrounding blue light threads were and how high the attack frequency was. Zhuowen slowly opened his eyes, only to see blue threads of light flying towards him once more, wrapping around Zhuowen in an attempt to envelop Zhuowen. However, Zhuowen's eyes narrowed and flashed with a sharp light. The blue light threads that were originally entwining around him retreated one after another, not daring to approach Zhuowen. Zhuowen walked slowly through the blue light, and he used his will to find the king spirit that was struggling against the blue light not too far away. At that moment, the king spirit's eyes were glazed over. His calves began to become transparent, and his veins could be seen clearly. Martyr! Zhuowen looked at the king spirit, and it reminded him of the martyr he had seen. He was sure that if he waited any longer, the king spirit would become a martyr and become a walking corpse. It looks like the Defiant has been hiding a lot of things from me. This martyr wasn't created by the heavenly blood. It was created by this strange ball of light. Zhuowen's eyes became even colder. He stepped in front of Di Ling and pointed his finger at Di Ling's forehead. Then he released a powerful godly will. The king's spirit's body trembled, and the confusion in his eyes turned into pain. Then he regained his clarity. Zhuowen's will was now stronger than the blue light threads. The blue light threads that invaded the king spirit's will were all destroyed. The king spirit's eyes became clear again, and he looked at Zhuowen. Then he looked at the blue light threads around him and said, "What are these things? Why are they so scary?" My divine soul almost collapsed. The king's spirit looked at Zhuowen strangely and asked, "Did you get rid of these blue light threads?" Zhuowen laughed coldly and said, "Do you think you got rid of them all by yourself? If I hadn't come in time, you would have become a martyr." A martyr? That monster was created by the heavenly blood. "This thing isn't the heavenly blood," the king's spirit said with a frown. Zhuowen said coldly, "Do you think the Defiant's words can be trusted? Most of the information you and Yao Xiong received was fake. The Defiant must have purposely released it. The king's spirit had been practicing for a long time, and he was smarter than most people. He quickly figured out what was going on. What is the Defiant's purpose? Isn't he created by the heavenly blood? You have the heavenly blood. Isn't the Defiant afraid you'll die?" The king's spirit asked with confusion. "There's only a single answer, and it's that the Tao Defiance weren't telling the truth from the beginning until the end. Regardless of whether it's the Tao Defiance or the Tao Martyrs, they aren't monsters created by the blood of the Heaven Tao. I'm afraid the Defiant and the Martyr were created because of this ball of light. The reason I was drawn here is probably because I have the heavenly blood, and the ball of light needs the heavenly blood to provide energy. Zhuowen smiled coldly as he analyzed calmly, and his analysis wasn't far from the truth. The Emperor's spirit frowned and said, "If the orb of light requires the blood of the heavenly Tao, then the Tao Defiance could have taken the blood of the heavenly Tao for themselves. Why did they have to go through so much trouble to let you take the blood of the heavenly Tao and bring it here?" Zhua, when spoken differently, it's very simple. The blood of the Heaven Tao restricts both Tao Defiance and Tao Martyrs. They're unable to come into contact with the blood of the Heaven Tao, and it's even to the extent that they might suffer backlash from it. Shui Wen even suspected that the Tao Defiant had noticed him a long time ago, and then he'd intentionally opened the secret door for the sake of drawing Zhuo Wen into the stone statue to obtain the blood of the Heaven Tao. If that's really the case, then these Tao Defiants are truly too terrifying, and they're so scheming. The killing intent in Zhuo Wen's eyes grew even denser when he thought up to this point. The king's spirit fell silent. Even though Zhuo Wen's analysis wasn't perfect, it was very reasonable. The king's spirit had felt that something was off when he'd entered this place with Yao Xiong, and now he finally knew why. They'd always thought that the Defiant and the Martyr were related to the heavenly blood, and the Defiant had never denied it. So, Zhuowen, who possessed the heavenly blood, hadn't been on guard against the Defiant at all, and he'd been tricked by the Defiant in the end. The faceless woman and the Defiant stood side by side outside the blue thread of light, and they gazed silently at it. The Defiant glanced sideways at the faceless woman and asked, "Those two have more or less become martyrs, right?" The faceless woman's face was extremely gloomy as she stretched out her slender hands and swiftly formed seals. In an instant, the blue thread of light actually started to revolve swiftly like a tornado. What's wrong? The Defiant felt that something was off. The faceless woman spoke indifferently. There was a small accident, but it'll be fine very soon. As soon as she finished speaking, terrifying rumbling resounded from within the blue thread of light, and it was like countless bombs had exploded at the same time. After that, the dense blue thread of light actually rumbled as it dispersed, and then two figures flashed out from within it and shot towards the faceless woman and the Defiant. What's going on? They're actually fine? The faceless woman howled sharply and immediately retreated. At the same time, she ceaselessly formed seals with her slender hands, and the blue thread of light instantly swept out like a tsunami and tried to swallow Zhuowen. Zhuowen grunted coldly, while the 3,000 soul galaxies within his soul began to operate at the same time. In an instant, dense and invisible ripples appeared in an area of 5,000 kilometers around Zhuowen, and the pressure in the surroundings became extremely terrifying as soon as Zhuowen released his divine sense, and it was like a myriad of mountains were smashing down. The blue thread of light that was under the faceless woman's control had actually collapsed at the instant that Zhuowen released his divine sense. Zhuowen laughed coldly, without end in his heart, after tempering himself for 3 days and 3 nights within the blue thread of light. Zhuowen's divine sense had far surpassed the strange blue thread of light a long time ago. The faceless woman's attempt to use the blue thread of light against him was simply like throwing meat buns at a dog. The Defiant's expression changed drastically, and he leaped over with the intention of protecting the faceless woman. Unfortunately, there was no way the King's spirit would let the Defiant have his way. The Emperor's spirit was an expert at the peak of the 7th ascension in Void Sky, so even Zhuowen would probably be in an extremely sorry state if he encountered the Emperor's spirit head-on, and he might not even be confident in his ability to defeat the Emperor Spirit. Even though the Defiant was formidable, there was still a gap between him and the Emperor Spirit, so the Emperor Spirit immediately suppressed the Defiant in battle. The faceless woman howled fiercely and immediately fled. Her only ability at the moment was to control the blue thread of light, but that attack was useless against Zhuowen. She really had no other choice but to flee. Zhuowen's lips curled into a sneer, and the gigantic torch dragon wings sprouted from his back as he disappeared from where he stood. He was extremely fast, and the wind howled loudly. After a while, Zhuowen caught up with the faceless woman, and his divine sense turned into a powerful cage that imprisoned the faceless woman in midair. The moment Zhuowen imprisoned the faceless woman, the Emperor Spirit's battle also ended. The Defiant was sent flying by the Emperor Spirit's halberd, and he landed heavily on the ground not far from Zhuowen. Chapter 2104. Soul Kill the Tao Defiant had a bitter smile on the corners of his mouth. He gazed at the faceless woman and said, "Didn't I tell you? Zhuowen isn't simple." The faceless woman struggled incessantly, but she was unable to struggle free at all. She spoke in a sharp and furious voice. "How could this kid be a match for me if I wasn't so heavily injured?" Zhuowen gazed silently at her. He knew that she was probably the culprit who'd controlled those threads of blue light to attack him. "Tao Defiant, I'll give you one last chance. If you continue lying, then I'm truly sorry, but you'll definitely die today." Zhuowen paid no further attention to the faceless woman, and he gazed murderously at the Tao Defiant who'd been pinned to the ground by the halberd. The bitterness on the Tao Defiant's face grew denser, and he sighed lightly in the end. "I'll tell you everything." The faceless woman spoke anxiously. "Little rebel, are you going to betray Master?" The Tao Defiant spoke with waning interest. "The Luotian placed a powerful curse on the extreme west a long time ago. It's a curse that the Luotian placed on the 9 ascensions of the void sky at the cost of his life. Master can't come here at all. Our waiting is in vain, sacrificial maiden. It's best that you don't have any illusions." The faceless woman intended to say something, but Zhuowen forcefully sealed her mouth, causing her to be unable to speak. Zhuowen spoke indifferently. "Go on." The Tao Defiant glanced at Zhuowen while the complicated expression in his eyes grew denser. From the beginning until the end, he'd been scheming against this young man. But every single one of his schemes had actually ended in failure. He knew that there was nothing wrong with his schemes, and the only problem was that this young man was truly too cautious. Moreover, this young man's intelligence was terrifying like a demon's. "I presume you've guessed a little, right? Tao Defiants and Tao Martyrs weren't created by the blood of the heaven Tao, and they were fostered by the sacrificial maiden's strength. Moreover, I'm not a disciple of Luotian Palace. I'm a disciple of Brahma Palace. I entered Brahma Palace with Luotian Palace after she left." The Tao Defiant spoke tirelessly about the events of the past. The rough content wasn't much different from what the Tao Defiants had said earlier. The only difference was the identities of the Tao Defiants and the identity of the sacrificial maiden. The Tao Defiant and sacrificial maiden were both disciples of Brahma Palace, and they were the only elite disciples of Brahma Palace in countless years. The Tao Defiants were relatively normal cultivators, but the Holy Maiden was extremely strange. She was born with no face, and she was abandoned by her parents when she was born before being taken away by Lord Brahma. The sacrificial maiden had a special kind of energy since she was young, and that was her unusually powerful divine soul. Moreover, the sacrificial maiden's use of divine soul had reached a level that even great Brahma was amazed. She could even parasitize herself in a cultivator's divine soul. Back then, the Luotian goddess had agreed to Lord Brahma's request to take away the Tao Defiant, while the sacrificial maiden had parasitized the Tao Defiant's soul and entered the Luotian palace together. After Luotian advanced to the void sky 9 steps, great Brahma had already set his sights on Luotian's heavenly Tao blood. When Luotian came out of seclusion, she had suffered from qi deviation because she had cultivated a secret technique given by great Brahma. At that time, the Tao Defiant had immediately informed great Brahma, and at the same time, the sacrificial maiden had rushed out of the Tao Defiant's divine soul and used the energy that great Brahma had left in the sacrificial maiden to launch a sneak attack on Luotian. At that time, the sacrificial maiden had been sealed in the ball of light by Luotian. Then, great Brahma had appeared and attacked Luotian. What happened next was basically the same. In the end, Luotian had perished, and the far west had become a cursed land. Great Brahma had never dared to step into the far west again. From then on, the far west had become a truly ownerless land. Although great Brahma had sent many cultivators into the far west, they had never found the true location of the Luotian palace ruins, and had left the matter unsettled in the end. This sacrificial maiden's attainments in divine soul are very profound. Zhuowen looked at the imprisoned sacrificial maiden and couldn't help but recall the blue light threads that she controlled. A look of understanding appeared in his eyes. Those blue light threads targeted the soul. Now that he thought about it carefully, those blue light threads were formed from divine sense. If she wasn't heavily injured, then no matter how formidable Zhuowen's soul was, he might not be a match for her. After all, she was much more proficient in utilizing her soul than Zhuowen. The Tao Defiant nodded and said, "The sacrificial maiden was born with exceptional attainments in divine soul." "So that's how it is." Zhuowen muttered softly. His right hand formed a claw and suddenly grabbed the sacrificial maiden's head, and then he started to forcefully invade her soul. Spurt! Both the sacrificial maiden and Zhuowen spat out a mouthful of blood at the same time. Zhuowen was even bleeding from all 7 of his orifices, and his face was ghastly pale. "You want to search my soul? Do you really think you can invade my soul just because your soul is strong? What's the point of having a strong soul? You have to know how to utilize it as well." The corners of the sacrificial maiden's mouth was covered in ridicule. Even though her entire body was restrained, Zhuowen's divine sense invading her soul was no different than sending a lamb into the mouth of a tiger. Zhuowen wasn't infuriated, but delighted instead. He consumed a drop of heavenly Starsky essence and said with a smile, "Then let's do it again." As she gazed at Zhuowen, who'd instantly recovered after consuming the heavenly Starsky essence, the sacrificial maiden's beautiful face froze, and she cursed in her heart that Zhuowen was truly wasteful. Zhuowen tried over and over again to invade the sacrificial maiden's soul, but he failed every single time. However, Zhuowen wasn't discouraged. He continued to invade the sacrificial maiden's soul with his divine sense over and over again, while deducing the method the sacrificial maiden utilized her soul. Bang! For hours later, the sacrificial maiden's figure shook while blood flowed from all 7 of her orifices, and her countenance was ghastly pale. Zhuowen's eyes flickered with bright light, and then his divine sense directly poured into the depths of the sacrificial maiden's soul. The sacrificial maiden didn't resist at all. Her figure trembled, and she could only passively endure the pain of Zhuowen's soul-searching. The soul-searching lasted for half an hour before Zhuowen withdrew his divine sense, and his eyes revealed a look of enlightenment. This sacrificial maiden was indeed gifted. Her memories recorded many powerful methods of using the divine soul. If Zhuowen learned these methods of utilizing the soul, the power of his divine sense would at least increase by several times. Once Zhuowen was fighting with the enemy, he would suddenly release his divine sense attack. The opponent would inevitably be caught off guard. If he encountered a cultivator with a weak divine sense, it was possible to achieve a one-hit kill effect. The sacrificial maiden named this soul attack technique Soul Kill. Zhuowen forcibly searched the sacrificial maiden's soul again, causing her to almost foam at the mouth. After discovering that there were no other useful memories, Zhuowen completely erased the sacrificial maiden's soul. The sacrificial maiden was unlike ordinary cultivators. She didn't possess a void bridge, and she only cultivated her soul. The stronger her soul was, the more capable it was of killing most void sky cultivators by relying on the soul kill technique. It could be said that she was a very strange freak. Of course, Zhuowen was a freak as well. His soul was extremely formidable as well, but he didn't possess a soul kill technique that formed its own system like the sacrificial maiden. The Tao Defiant gazed at the fallen sacrificial maiden, and his entire body trembled, yet he didn't dare make a sound as he was deeply afraid of infuriating Zhuowen. Zhuowen's gaze wasn't on the Tao Defiant, and it was on the boundless resources in this space instead. Moreover, his gaze was filled with burning desire. Zhuowen flicked his sleeve and actually summoned a devouring vortex, and then a few figures walked out from within the vortex. Did something happen? The person in the lead was a couple. They were Zhuowen's parents, Long Xiaotian and Feng Xiao. Behind them were Lu Hantian, Wu Dai, Yuan Hongwen, and the other peerless geniuses of the Heavenly Armor continent. After Zhuowen continuously invested a large amount of resources over the years, their cultivation had grown rapidly, especially Lu Hantian and Yuan Hongwen. The two of them had actually broken through the Void Sky Realm and reached the first step Void Sky Realm. On the other hand, Long Xiaotian, Feng Xiao, and Wu Dai were slightly weaker. They were peak True God 3 disasters, and the other higher-ups were also true gods. Currently, there were many true gods on the Heavenly Armor planet, but there were relatively few Void Sky cultivators. There were only 2 of them. Moreover, the Ziwei galaxy in Devour's inner world was slowly developing, and many cultivators had begun to migrate to other life planets in the Ziwei galaxy. Originally, the Ziwei galaxy had become extremely desolate after Lei Qi destroyed it, but now it was much more lively. Zhuowen smiled as he looked at Long Xiaotian and the others. He pointed at the terrifying amount of resources around him and said, "I'm afraid that our Ryuka and Heavenly Armor planet will really develop. These resources will be enough to nurture many Void Sky cultivators." Long Xiaotian and the others looked around, and their bodies shook. They were all stunned on the spot. Isn't that a divine herb garden? There are so many divine herbs, and there are even level 8 and level 9 divine herbs. Is that a Void Sky divine artifact, and a supreme grade Void Sky divine artifact at that? Chapter 2105. 4 Steps in the Illusionary Sky. Are these all yours? Long Xiaotian asked in disbelief as he looked at Zhuowen. Father, gather some people and move all these resources into Heavenly Armor planet. If Ryuka wants to develop, we need resources, Zhuowen said with a smile. Long Xiaotian and the rest sucked in a breath of cold air when they heard these words. These resources that they did not even dare to imagine were actually brought by Zhuowen. Wasn't this a little too shocking? After regaining their senses, Long Xiaotian and the others immediately arranged for the cultivators from Heavenly Armor planet to move the countless resources inside. This space contained all the resources of the Luotian Palace back in the day. Millions of years ago, the Luotian Palace was a giant in the far west. Even the Great Brahma Palace in the star field was wary of them. Even though they had declined because of the Great Brahma Palace, their resources were still much more than the 10 great sects in the star field. The resources that Zhuowen had brought over from the Dark Fantasy sect were not plentiful, but compared to the resources here, they were nothing. With so many resources, and the resources that Zhuowen had taken from the dark fantasy sect. As long as the Ryuka was given enough time, Zhuowen knew that the Ryuka would become as powerful as the 10 great sects sooner or later. Zhuowen planned to settle the Ryuka in the far west after he left this time. He wanted the Ryuka to take root here and continue to develop. After so many years of hard work, Zhuowen knew the importance of having his own power. When Zhuowen had first ventured into the star field, his foundation was too shallow, and the Ryuka was too weak then. They did not have many resources, so their development was naturally very slow. However, things were different now. Not only had Zhuowen taken from the dark fantasy sect, but he had also obtained many resources from the Luotian Palace. With so many resources, even a pig could become strong. Furthermore, the cultivators selected by the Ryuka were the best of the best. As long as they had enough resources, their cultivation would not be any slower than the geniuses in the star field. The king spirit was very envious. He saw many divine medicines and skills that were suitable for him. However, the king spirit did not dare to touch them. After all, these resources did not belong to him. They belonged to Zhuowen. Now that he was Zhuowen's servant, he did not dare to take them. Of course, with the king spirit's arrogance, he was not going to beg Zhuowen. King Spirit, Zhuowen said, King Spirit, I see that you are not too far from the 8 steps. Zhuowen said King Spirit, said Chen. The king spirit's body trembled, and he looked at Zhuowen with a complicated expression. He then knelt down and said, Thank you, master. Go. I hope you can reach the 8 steps as soon as possible. Only then will you be able to help me, Zhuowen said, and went to check the resources to see if there were any suitable resources for him. The king's spirit nodded and went to choose the resources he wanted. There were indeed many resources here. Long Xiaotian organized nearly 1,000 people, and it took them a few days to move all the resources into the heavenly armor planet inside Devour's body. Zhuowen could use Devour's devouring power to absorb all the resources around him into his inner world. However, this would cause the resources to be piled up randomly, and some of the precious items might even be damaged. This time, the thousands of people who were mobilized were strictly categorized and carefully inspected. Among them, the highest quality resources were naturally in the hands of Zhuowen, and the rest were managed by the upper echelons of the Long family. Among the 1,000 people, Zhuowen saw some familiar faces, including Long Xiaotian. Long Xiaotian had followed Zhuowen to Middle-earth, and his innate talent wasn't bad. However, after Long Xiaotian had reached the heavenly god realm, his cultivation had stagnated and reached a bottleneck. Seeing so many juniors surpass him, Long Xiaotian didn't feel dispirited, but he couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. Even when he saw Zhuowen, his eyes became evasive. Long Xiaotian, take these 10 bottles of fire spirit juice. They can help you break through to the true god realm and increase your comprehension temporarily. When Long Xiaotian was about to enter Devour's inner world, 10 bottles of fire spirit juice appeared in his hands, and a familiar voice echoed in his head. Long Tian was bewildered as he looked at the fire spirit juice in his hand. All of a sudden, he knelt in Zhuowen's direction, bowing from a distance. Then, he excitedly entered Devour's body. After collecting the huge amount of resources, he sat on the other side and began to cultivate. Zhuowen walked to the Tao Defiant, who was still stuck in the ground by the halberd. The Tao Defiant lowered his head and smiled. Brother Zhuo, I'm not lying. Since I'm so sensible, can you let me live? Don't worry, I'm a man of my word. However, I'm curious. Can't you get out of the Luo God Palace ruins? Zhuowen asked. The Tao Defiant smiled bitterly. The Tao Defiants and the martyrs have been cursed by the Luo God. They're completely lost in the Luo God Palace and can't get out for eternity. However, Intruders like you can get out if you're not dead. Zhuowen nodded and said indifferently, "Give me the exact location of the Sun Moon Lake, and I'll let you go." The Tao Defiant didn't hesitate to agree, and then he drew a map and passed it to Zhuowen. On the other hand, Zhuowen drew his halberd, and then the Tao Defiant left in panic. Seeing the Tao Defiant leave, Zhuowen knew that the Tao Defiant wouldn't dare to provoke Zhuowen again. Zhuowen looked at the Emperor Spirit, who was sitting cross-legged not far away. After hesitating for a while, he decided to cultivate here. He had a lot of resources with him. Perhaps he could rely on these resources to reach a higher level in a short time and reach the 4th level of the virtual sky realm. As for the black-clothed Zhuowen, due to the existence of the ice lotus, he didn't have to worry about the threat of the fire. He could continue cultivating here and hope that he could become true god extreme fire soon. The original body and the doppelgangers sat opposite each other. The original body took out piles of resources and started to do breathing exercises to absorb the energy of the resources that surrounded him. As for the doppelganger, he took out piles of disaster crystals. In the blink of an eye, 10 years had passed. In the past 10 years, the original body of Zhuowen didn't move at all. He had been absorbing resources. Although his aura was growing stronger, he still hadn't made a breakthrough. On the other hand, the black-clothed Zhuowen had survived 5 fires during this period of time. The 15th fire, in particular, had been extremely terrifying. Fortunately, Zhuowen had the ice lotus and had survived it unscathed. That day, the original body in white opened his eyes abruptly. In the void behind him, there was a huge virtual sky bridge that appeared quietly. The original body in white leaped up and landed on the 3rd step of the virtual sky bridge. Then, his gaze landed on the 4th step that was dim. Virtual sky bridge 4 steps is also known as space-time disorder. When I reach the 4th step, I will be able to control the power of space-time completely. I will be able to control space-time completely. And I will be able to control space-time completely. My speed will be as fast as Torch Dragon Wings. If I were to combine it with Torch Dragon Wings, my speed will be even faster. The original body in white let out a blazing light from his eyes. He then took a step forward and landed on the 4th step. Suddenly, under the original body's feet, countless space-times started to distort. Zhuowen only felt that his body was being torn apart along with the distortion. Charge over. Zhuowen's eyes grew brighter and brighter like the stars in the sky. Then, he stepped on the 4th step of the virtual sky bridge. Bang, bang, bang. Suddenly, the space-time and time around Zhuowen stopped at the same time. The space-time around him was in a complete mess. Zhuowen's white robe fluttered in the wind as he stood on the 4th step. Although the space-time around him was in a mess, he was still as unmoving as a rock. Zhuowen leaped up. Suddenly, the space-time under his feet froze. Zhuowen's step seemed to have transcended time and space. It seemed slow, but it was actually as fast as the speed of light. Virtual sky bridge, 4 steps, space-time disorder. And I successfully advanced, just like that. Zhuowen's mouth was full of smiles. Although the original body's cultivation wasn't high, its strength was extremely powerful. Although it was only virtual sky bridge 4 steps, an ordinary virtual sky bridge 6 steps might not necessarily be a match for the original body. After all, the original body had many trump cards, and it even had the powerful enhancement of the 7th level Tao will. Zhuowen had just advanced to virtual sky bridge 4 steps. Before the joy on his face faded, his expression changed slightly. He suddenly looked in the direction where Di Ling was cultivating in seclusion. At this moment, Di Ling's aura was extremely terrifying. Bolts of lightning appeared around Di Ling's body. the lightning became more and more terrifying and spread in all directions. The raging lightning condensed into a fierce and huge lightning domain. There were countless palaces in the lightning domain. It was like the immortal realm was overflowing with immortal chi. 8 steps virtual sky bridge, 8 steps lightning punishment. Looks like Di Ling is about to advance. Chapter 2106. Lightning punishment of the immortal realm. A gigantic, illusory bridge appeared behind the Emperor's spirit. 7 steps of the King's spirit's virtual bridge were lit up, and on the 8th step there was a huge thunder field. Lightning filled the sky, forming countless palaces of lightning that blocked the Emperor's spirit's advance. The Emperor's spirit's eyes were filled with fighting spirit. He leaped onto the 7th step and stared at the lightning field on the 8th step. Lightning punishment of the 8 steps of the immortal realm. I must succeed. The Emperor's spirit murmured. This realm was his dream, and now that he was about to break through, he couldn't help but feel excited. Rumble! The Emperor's spirit leaped into the lightning field. Suddenly, a vast amount of lightning swept over and gathered on the Emperor's spirit's body. In an instant, the Emperor's spirit's figure was completely covered by countless lightning bolts. Zhuowen looked at the lightning field in silence. His heart trembled. He could feel that the lightning in the immortal realm was much more terrifying than the one he had experienced during his 20th lightning disaster. Zhuowen knew that he couldn't interfere in this matter, so he just sat cross-legged on the spot and waited silently. The Emperor's spirit had told him that the 8 steps of the immortal realm was extremely dangerous. If he wasn't careful, he could be turned into ashes. If the Emperor's spirit failed this time, he might die. If he succeeded, he would reach the heavens in a single bound. The lightning became more and more terrifying. The space began to tremble, and countless spatial cracks appeared. Zhuowen frowned and looked at the monarch spirit's ethereal bridge while resisting the space cracks around him. Rumble! With a terrifying explosive sound, the entire space was instantly shattered into countless pieces. Zhuowen stepped on the gaps between the cracks in the space and dodged continuously. Then he darted out and left the space, appearing above the Luo god statue. At this moment, countless cracks had appeared on the surface of the Luo god statue. Even the restrictions surrounding the Luo god statue had been annihilated into nothingness at this moment. Rumble! Lightning that was like an upside-down galaxy suddenly swept out from beneath the feet of the Luo god stone statue. Like a Boston ivy, it spread out in all directions. In an instant, 90% of the Luo god palace was filled with terrifying lightning. These thunderbolts were like fine raindrops. Then, they began to interweave together, forming an incomparably huge thunder region. Within it, there were rows upon rows of palaces formed by thunderbolts. There were countless of them. Zhuowen landed in a corner and silently watched all of this, and a wisp of shock arose in his heart. No wonder why cultivators at the 8th step of the Void Heaven Realm were so powerful. Just the power of the breakthrough was already so terrifying. If they succeeded, their power would be enough to stun others. Although Zhuowen had successfully escaped from Yuwusi, Zhuowen knew very well that it was all due to luck and the heavenly domain's starry sky essence that he possessed. If it wasn't for that, Zhuowen would have died 1,000 times over. Now, Zhuowen was no longer the same as before. Although his cultivation was only at the 4 steps of the Void Sky Realm, with his many trump cards, even the 7 steps of the Void Sky Realm might not be a match for Zhuowen. Zhuowen might not be a match for Yuwusi at the 8 steps of the Void Sky Realm, but he knew that it would be difficult for Yuwusi to kill him. Moreover, once the Emperor's spirit reached the 8 steps of the Void Sky Realm, Yuwusi would have to be wary of Zhuowen. Zhuowen narrowed his eyes and sneered. I still have to go back to the star field. There are some old debts that need to be settled. The lightning punishment in the immortal realm lasted for 10 days and 10 nights before it finally dissipated. The Emperor's spirit finally reached the 8th step of the Void Sky Bridge and successfully became the strongest 8 steps of the Void Sky realm. The Emperor's spirit put away the Void Sky Bridge and slowly landed in front of Zhuowen. He knelt down on one knee and said respectfully, "Thank you for your gift, Master. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to reach the 8 steps of the Void Sky realm so quickly." Although the Emperor's spirit wasn't far from the 8 steps of the Void Sky realm, he had been stuck at this level for tens of thousands of years. If he didn't have a heaven-defying opportunity, it would be very difficult for him to break through. If Zhuowen hadn't allowed him to choose 3 items from the Luo God Palace, the Emperor's spirit wouldn't have been able to find the herbs and other resources that were suitable for him to break through. The Emperor's spirit knew that he was Zhuowen's servant, and that Zhuowen didn't have to give him any resources. He could have just worked for him for 1,000 years. However, Zhuowen didn't do that. Instead, he allowed him to choose the resources in advance without any restrictions. In other words, if the Emperor's spirit took a level 9 divine herb, Zhuowen wouldn't say anything. Therefore, the Emperor's spirit was very grateful for what Zhuowen had done. He changed the way he addressed Zhuowen, showing that he was willing to submit to him. Zhuowen nodded and said, "Since you are my servant, I won't mistreat you. As long as you can do something for me in the future, I won't mistreat you." After that, Zhuowen took out a jade bottle and handed it to the Emperor's spirit. "There are 5 drops of Heavenly Field Star essence in here. Take them first. If you use them all up, I'll give you more." The Emperor's spirit took the jade bottle and felt grateful. For the first time, he felt that being Zhuowen's servant wasn't a bad thing. After all, the resources Zhuowen possessed far exceeded most of the forces in the Great Brahma domain. With so many drops of Heavenly Field Star essence and Zhuowen's talent and strength, he would be able to shock the world in the future. Although the Emperor's spirit was proud and arrogant, he couldn't help but admire Zhuowen. In his heart, he acknowledged Zhuowen as his master. Zhuowen nodded. He knew very well that if he wanted his subordinates to work for him, not only did he need to show them power, he also needed to show them kindness and let them know that he was a reliable master. Only then would he be able to make the best use of them. "Follow me and leave the Luo God Palace." As Zhuowen spoke, he took a step forward and headed towards the Luotian Palace ruins. The Defiant knew the Luo God Palace ruins like the back of his hand. Naturally, he knew the shortcut to the exit. Before Zhuowen had released the Tao Defiant, the Tao Defiant had drawn the route to the exit of the Luotian Palace under Zhuowen's guidance and handed it to Zhuowen. Therefore, Zhuowen knew the exit of the Luo God Palace ruins very well. Above the white fog, Zhuowen and the Emperor's spirit floated in the air, silently looking down at the huge star below them. The 2 of them had just left the star, which was where the Luo God Palace ruins were located. The Emperor's spirit's gaze was complicated. Back then, the main force that entered the Luo God Palace ruins was him and Yao Xiong. Zhuowen was just an insignificant outsider. Now that they had left the Luo God Palace ruins, everything had changed. Yao Xiong was dead, and the Emperor's spirit had become a slave. The biggest winner was the young man in white in front of him. "Let's go to the ancient sword tomb," Zhuowen said, and left with the Emperor's spirit. Although the Emperor's spirit was puzzled as to why Zhuowen wanted to go to the ancient sword tomb, he didn't refuse. Although the ancient sword tomb had already closed, Zhuowen naturally had his own reasons for saying so. In the star where the ancient sword tomb was located, there were still many cultivators searching for it. The entrances to the waning moon crescent were connected in all directions. Every day, there were many cultivators who ventured into the waning moon crescent. Although the ancient sword tomb was closed, there were still many secret realms on the star where it was located. Once you found something, you would be rewarded handsomely. The arrival of Zhuowen and the Emperor's spirit attracted the attention of many cultivators. The main reason was that the Emperor's spirit didn't hide his powerful aura at all. At this moment, the Emperor's spirit's body was like a raging dragon, whistling with the wind, creating a terrifying gale around him. How terrifying! This person is definitely a peerless expert. I feel that this person is even more terrifying than our sect leader. This person's aura is even stronger than Void Sky Stage 7. Could it be Void Sky Stage 8? Everyone was shocked by the Emperor Spirit's power, but many people also noticed that the Emperor Spirit was willing to follow behind the young man in white. On the other hand, the aura of this young man was only at the 4th step of the Void Sky realm. This caused the majority of the cultivators to be confused and even surprised. They really couldn't understand why an expert at the 8th step of the Void Sky realm would be so servile to a cultivator at the 4th step. Zhuowen didn't pay attention to the gazes on the star. Instead, he slowly looked at the closed ancient sword tomb. What is this person doing? The ancient sword tomb is closed. Does he want to force the sword out? Once the ancient sword tomb is closed, there will be a terrifying restriction array around it. Does this person want to die? Amidst the numerous criticisms, Zhuowen flicked his sleeve, and an extremely ordinary damaged ancient sword flashed out. The moment the rusty ancient sword flew out, the originally quiet ancient sword tomb was set off a huge wave. Chapter 2107. Sun and Moon Grass. All the cultivators in the entire star continent were dumbfounded. They raised their heads and looked at the over 9,000 ancient swords that were constantly spinning in the air with their mouths agape. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Zhuowen stood above the ancient sword tomb and used the 1,000-sword rain secret technique. Through the king sword, he was able to form a connection with the 9,000 swords. It was as if Zhuowen could control the 9,000 swords through the king sword with just a thought. Zhuowen knew that this was not his ability, but the king sword's credit. The king spirit looked at this scene in shock, and then his spirit ring began to tremble. The giant sword that he had subdued in the ancient sword tomb suddenly broke free from his control and entered the sword rain, controlled by the king sword. It wasn't just the king spirit that was affected. Across the entire star continent, every cultivator who obtained a sword from the ancient sword tomb lost control of their swords and fell into the rain of swords. My ancient swords, what's going on? Come back, come back. For a moment, the star continent was in chaos. Zhuowen stood beside the king's sword and stared at the sword rain formed by the many ancient swords. His eyes were filled with excitement. Each of the 9,000 ancient swords was extremely powerful. Now that he could control so many ancient swords through the king's sword, it was indeed gratifying. This reign of 1,000 swords would become another powerful trump card for Zhuowen. On the star continent, many cultivators could only helplessly watch the ancient swords in their bodies being summoned back. This white-clothed youth was able to control all the ancient swords in the ancient sword tomb. It was obvious that he was not someone to be trifled with. In addition, the white-clothed youth had the king's spirit by his side. Who would dare to take the initiative to provoke the white-clothed youth? Zhuowen stepped on the ancient sword with his right foot and said to the king's spirit, "Let's go." Then the ancient sword turned into a stream of light and carried Zhuowen into the depths of the waning waxing moons. More than 9,000 ancient swords turned into a terrifying storm and swept over. Everywhere they passed was filled with sword chi. It was very terrifying. In the waning waxing moons, most of the cultivators who took the risk only saw the huge sword light storm and quickly retreated in fear. They were all wondering who was controlling the sword light storm. In the following period of time, a rumor spread in the waning waxing moons. This rumor was about the ancient sword tomb. The specific content was that the descendant of the ancient sword Saint King came to the ancient sword tomb, took all the ancient swords, and disappeared into the depths of the waning, waxing moons. In the eyes of most cultivators, the young man in white was the descendant of the ancient sword Saint King. Otherwise, how could he control all the ancient swords in the ancient sword tomb? In the depths of the waning moons, Zhuo Wen stood on the emperor's sword. Around him, more than 9,000 ancient swords formed a terrifying sword light storm. The waning, waxing moons were indeed dangerous. Especially the deeper they went, the more giant star beasts there were. Relying on the terrifying sword light storm around him, Zhuo Wen was practically unstoppable. Any starry sky behemoth in front of him was swept away by the sword light storm. There are more and more giant star beasts. If I came alone, I'm afraid I would have to fight with these giant star beasts for a long time. Standing in the sword light storm, Zhuo Wen stared at the countless giant star beasts that were not afraid of death. He was slightly shocked, but he had already put the king's spirit into the sword light storm. The king's spirit's face was a little ugly. There were too many giant star beasts outside. If the two of them did not rely on the sword light storm, it would be difficult for them to move forward. Master, how far are we from the Sun-Moon Lake? The deeper we go, the more giant star beasts there are, and the more powerful they are. I don't know how long the sword light storm can last. The king's spirit was a little worried. Zhuo Wen took out the jade slip and looked at it. He said, "We're almost there." About an hour later, Zhuo Wen and the king's spirit landed on a continent that was not very large. The continent's shape was very similar to the crescent moon. On the other side of the crescent moon was a continent that was round like the sun. In the middle of the two continents, there was a large pool. The surface of the pool reflected the moon and the sun at the same time. Zhuo Wen's eyes lit up. The Sun-Moon Lake looked very similar to the sun-moon grass. It seemed that the Defiance words were not groundless. This Sun-Moon Lake is not simple. Master, be careful. The king's spirit looked around and noticed that the giant starry sky beasts had all disappeared after they arrived. It was as if there was some kind of monster hiding in this place that terrified the king's spirits. Zhuo Wen also realized that something was wrong. He put away the king's sword and the other ancient swords and said to the king's spirit, "Wait for me outside. I'm going to go into the Sun-Moon Lake to find the sun-moon grass. If anything happens, send me a message." The king's spirit nodded and agreed to do as he was told. After giving a few more instructions, Zhuo Wen leaped into the Sun-Moon Lake. The water of the Sun-Moon Lake was not clear. It was milky white, as if it was not clear water, but milk. Moreover, the water of the Sun-Moon Lake exuded a pleasant fragrance, causing Zhuo Wen to involuntarily drool. Zhuo Wen frowned. He felt that the water was very strange. He immediately covered his face and used his divine sense to replace his eyes. He plunged into the depths of the lake. The Sun-Moon Lake was very deep. Zhuo Wen had been in there for 6 hours, but he still had not reached the bottom. This made Zhuo Wen feel that something was wrong. After diving for another 4 hours, Zhuo Wen still had not reached the bottom. This made Zhuo Wen even more gloomy. Just as Zhuo Wen was considering whether or not to return, his divine sense scanned the area and found that there was a woman in white not far from the bottom of the lake. What's going on? Zhuo Wen's heart was full of surprise. He had been diving for 10 hours, tens of thousands of meters. To find a woman in white at the bottom of this lake that was tens of thousands of meters deep, could it be a corpse? When Zhuo Wen tried to use his divine sense to observe the woman's face, he found that his divine sense could only observe the woman's back. No matter how he tried to use his divine sense, the result was the same. This strange scene made Zhuo Wen's heart sink. He knew that the woman in white was not a good person, but Zhuo Wen's goal was the sun-moon grass. He could not give up because of this strange woman in white. Zhuowen observed again, but he still could only see the white-robed woman's back. Furthermore, the white-robed woman was drifting in the water. After some hesitation, he did not take the initiative to go over. Instead, he continued diving downwards. After another hour or so, Zhuowen finally reached the bottom of the lake. The bottom of the lake was not much different from the bottom of an ordinary lake. There was soft sand under his feet, and there were scattered rocks around him. Zhuowen searched the bottom of the lake for a while. Suddenly, he noticed a square rock in front of him because he found that the rock just happened to be in the center of the reflection of the sun and moon in the lake. Zhuowen's eyes flickered. He rushed to the rock and took it away with his right hand. Then he found that there was an extremely hidden groove under the rock. Inside the groove, there was actually a stalk of divine grass growing. The divine light emitted by the grass was half that of a bright moon and half that of a blazing sun. Sun, moon, grass. Zhuowen took a deep breath and said these 3 words with trembling lips. His eyes were filled with ecstasy. He did not expect to find the sun-moon grass in the sun-moon lake so easily. It was really a pleasant surprise. The Tao Defiance said that the sun-moon lake is even more terrifying than the Luo God Palace ruins. Now that I think about it, besides the numerous space beasts outside, it isn't very dangerous. Zhuowen took the sun-moon grass and placed it carefully into a jade box. He recalled what the Tao Defiance had said, and he didn't think much of it. After he put the sun-moon grass away, Zhuowen turned around and swam towards the top of the sun-moon lake. But in next to no time, his figure shook and stopped on the spot like a stone statue. Zhuowen raised his head and looked up. There was a white, clothed woman's back there, and she floated there silently. Her long hair was like seaweed that fluttered with the water. Zhuowen's figure stiffened. He hadn't expected to see the white, clothed woman's back again, and a trace of terror arose in his heart. At this moment, Zhuowen used his divine sense to detect the woman once more with the intention of seeing her true appearance. However, he still noticed that he could only see her back and was unable to see her face. Zhuowen didn't act rashly and alert her. He silently moved around the woman and swam towards the top. The white-clothed woman was truly strange. Moreover, Zhuowen had already obtained the sun-moon grass, so he didn't want to cause trouble because of it. Zhuowen swam upwards for 10 hours. When he reckoned that he was about to reach the surface, he noticed that he was still at the bottom of the lake. Moreover, his feet were even standing on the sand at the bottom of the lake. Chapter 2108. The white-robed woman Zhuowen was shocked as he coldly stared at the white-robed woman in front of him. He did not speak, but took out the glorious purple galaxy sword and slashed out. In front of Zhuowen, the water turned into tornadoes, wreaking havoc as if the entire water droplet was overturning rivers and seas. The terrifying sword Qi swept up the raging water flow and instantly rolled up the white-robed woman, and then tore her into countless pieces. But Zhuowen did not have any joy, but his face was as calm as water. He knew that the white-robed woman was not torn into pieces, but just disappeared in an instant. Kakik, a hair-raising laughter came from behind Zhuowen. Behind Zhuowen, the white-robed woman slowly appeared. Her back was still facing Zhuowen, her black hair fluttering in the wind. Zhuowen turned around, retreated dozens of steps, coldly looked at the white-robed woman, and asked, "What are you?" The white-robed woman was still laughing strangely, slowly approaching Zhuowen like a shadow. Wherever she passed, the water flow was calm, without the slightest ripple. Zhuowen felt his hair stand on end. He found that the water flow around him was like a rope, strangling his body, making him unable to break free. When the white-robed woman came in front of Zhuowen, Zhuowen found that there were more than 10 scarlet lights in the black hair. Moreover, these scarlet rays of light were extremely similar to eyes. It was as if there were more than a dozen red eyes hidden within the black hair, staring straight at Zhuowen. A cold feeling rose from the bottom of Zhuowen's feet, directly rushing to his Tianling point. Kikik, seeming to feel Zhuowen's fear, the white-robed woman's smile became wider, and then her head with her hair draped over her shoulders slowly approached Zhuowen. When Zhuowen wanted to punch her away, he found that his fist was like an illusion passing through the woman's body. At this moment, Zhuowen discovered that the woman in white did not have a face at all. In front of and behind the white-robed woman, there were only silhouettes of her back. It was no wonder that no matter how Zhuowen used his spiritual consciousness to scan, all he could see were silhouettes of her back. The white-clothed woman's head slowly approached Zhuowen. More than 10 scarlet gazes were imprinted into Zhuowen's eyes, causing Zhuowen to be in a daze. Soul kill, Zhuowen murmured in his heart. The terrifying soul consciousness in his spiritual space turned into a terrifying killing force. Like an angry dragon, it rushed out from between Zhuowen's eyebrows. The white-clothed woman didn't expect that Zhuowen had mastered such a terrifying divine sense attack. She immediately suffered a loss. With a scream, she was sent flying. Taking advantage of the moment when the woman in white retreated, Zhuowen broke free from the shackles of the water current. The torch dragon wings on his back spread out, stirring up a terrifying water current as he darted upwards. After a while, Zhuowen jumped out of the sun-moon lake. Only now did he realize that he was not far from the water surface. The reason why he couldn't reach the water surface before was probably related to the white-clothed woman. The king spirit was floating not far from the sun-moon lake. After seeing Zhuowen come out, he was relieved. Just as he was about to speak, Zhuowen spread out his wings and immediately flew away with the king spirit. What's wrong? The king spirit was puzzled, but soon he found that the sun-moon lake behind him erupted with a towering wave. The milky white water rushed up to a height of 10,000 feet. At the end of the water, only the back of the white-clothed woman stood. The white-clothed woman looked up to the sky and screamed. The milky white water in the sun-moon lake turned into countless angry dragons, sweeping out and chasing after Zhuowen. The white-clothed woman stepped on one of the water currents and chased after him. Out of the range of the sun-moon lake, countless giant star beasts rushed over like cats, smelling blood, blocking Zhuowen's path. Zhuowen immediately summoned the king's sword and more than 9,000 ancient swords, forming a terrifying sword light storm around him. The giant star beasts that blocked his way were all smashed into pieces by the sword light storm, and countless clouds of blood mist were particularly dazzling in the starry sky. Master, what is that thing behind us? The giant star beasts seemed to be afraid of that woman. The king's spirit suddenly said. Zhuowen glanced behind him, and his heart sank. He saw the white-clothed woman with more than a dozen water pillars behind her, unimpeded. The rest of the giant star beasts were like avoiding a flood, and they kept retreating, not daring to get close to the white-clothed woman. Because Zhuowen was blocked by the giant star beasts, his speed was naturally slower than the white-clothed woman. Zhuowen knew that it would not be long before the white-clothed woman caught up with him. King Spirit, enter my spirit ring first, Zhuowen said. The king spirit was bewildered, but he didn't hesitate, immediately entering Zhuowen's spirit ring. After the king's spirit entered the spirit ring, Zhuowen summoned the black-clothed Zhuowen, saying, "Show me your real body. Only Devour can subdue these giant star beasts." The black-clothed Zhuowen nodded, and a terrifying black aura gushed out from his body. Then a giant phantom of a monster appeared in the black aura. The white robe of Zhuowen's body fluttered as he leaped up, bringing with him a terrifying sword light storm, and jumped onto Devour's body. Roar! The moment Devour's giant body appeared in the starry sky, an earth-shaking beast aura expanded like a tsunami. Instantly, the surrounding starry sky collapsed. Many giant star beasts that were madly attacking Zhuowen fled in fright when they saw Devour's real body. Devour was a strong clan in the starry sky, which was much stronger than these giant star beasts. To these giant star beasts, Devour's aura was like a superior looking down on the inferior. They didn't dare to offend the superior. Devour stomped on the starry sky, his speed as fast as light as he disappeared from his spot. The woman in white snorted, her hands clapping. The milky white water columns around her turned into thousands of giant dragons, chasing after Devour and attacking him fiercely. Devour's eyes were dark and cold. He immediately used his innate supernatural ability, Purgatory. The power of thousands of water dragons was weakened instantly. At the same time, Devour opened his third eye, the heavenly thunder eye. The extreme true lightning shot out from the heavenly thunder eye. Although it wasn't powerful, its piercing power was terrifying. The moment thousands of water dragons met the extreme true lightning, they exploded into a puddle of mist. At the same time, Zhuowen took out the ice lotus from his spirit ring. Using the ice lotus's terrifying cold air, he condensed the water dragon that had exploded into a mist, forming a huge white ice wall that stretched across the starry sky. The white-clothed woman was blocked outside the white wall. The moment she placed her hands on the white wall shattered into pieces. However, when the woman in white got out of the white wall, Zhuowen was already gone. The woman in white faced the sky and roared angrily. Then she began to violently destroy everything around her. Every continent, asteroid, or giant star beast she saw became her target. Outside the waning yin-yang circle, Devour landed on an uninhabited continent in a deserted area. Zhuowen observed for a while. After confirming that the woman in white hadn't chased after him, he exhaled and retrieved Devour. At the same time, he summoned the king spirit from his spirit ring. "Master, what is that woman in white after all?" As soon as the king spirit came out, he asked skeptically. Zhuowen shook his head. "I don't know what she is after all. I met her when I went to the Sun and Moon Lake to collect the sun and moon grass." "Oh, right. King Spirit, please protect me. I need to seclude myself to deal with something." The King Spirit was startled, but he didn't ask anything. He just nodded and said, "Master, go ahead." Zhuowen nodded. He chose a canyon on this continent and set up a powerful restriction array at the entrance. At the same time, he also set up a shielding array. Only then did he feel relieved. Zhuowen sat on the ground and took out a crystal coffin from his spirit ring. Through the transparent coffin lid, a woman as beautiful as a painting could be seen lying quietly in the coffin, as if she was sleeping peacefully. "Chun Shui, I have found the sun and moon grass. I can finally wake you up." Zhuowen took out a jade box and carefully took out the sun and moon grass that had manifested the images of the sun and moon. He held it in front of the sleeping woman like a child showing off his favorite toy in front of an adult. He was extremely excited. "We will meet again soon." "Wait a moment." Zhuowen's face was full of a gentle smile. He gently opened the lid of the coffin. Then Zhuowen's right hand quickly pointed at the coffin. An invisible ripple spread from the surface of the coffin. It was clear that Zhuowen had placed quite a few restrictions on the coffin. It took Zhuowen more than an hour to break all the restrictions around the coffin. The main reason why Mu Qinshui was sleeping was because of the yin and yang imbalance in her soul. The sun and moon grass was a rare divine medicine that could balance the yin and yang imbalance in the soul. It was the perfect divine medicine for Mu Qinshui. Before looking for the sun and moon grass, Zhuowen had already collected information on how to use the sun and moon grass. Of course, there were many uses for the sun and moon grass, and there was no fixed method. Among the many methods, Zhuowen chose the safest one, which was to place the sun and moon grass on the chest, and let the sun and moon grass balance the power of the sun and moon, subtly influencing the injured person. As time passed, the sun and moon grass would gradually merge with the injured person's soul. When the sun and moon grass withered on the injured person's chest, it meant that the sun and moon grass had been completely absorbed. Normally speaking, after the sun and moon grass's power was completely absorbed, the injured person's unbalanced soul would be rebalanced. At that time, the unconscious person would naturally wake up. Chapter 2109. Carefree Palace. Of course, there were many ways to use the sun and moon herb, but most of them had side effects. Zhuowen was still worried, so he decided to use this method. Although it would take a long time, Zhuowen didn't mind. He had waited for so many years, and a few years wasn't a long time. Zhuowen slowly placed the sun and moon herb on Mu Qinshue's chest. He then held Mu Qinshue's cold hands and felt Mu Qinshue's sleeping soul. He found that as the sun and moon herb was placed on Mu Qinshue's chest, Mu Qinshue's wandering soul began to fill up and solidify. Zhuowen was overjoyed. He knew the sun and moon herb was effective. Although the solidification of the soul was slow, Zhuowen knew that as time passed, Mu Qinshue's soul would only grow stronger. Once Mu Qinshue's soul had completely recovered, it would be time for her to awaken. Zhuowen held Mu Qinshue's hand and gently placed it on his cheek. He felt Mu Qinshue's breath and whispered to her, as if he was telling a bedtime story to his wife. Holding Mu Qinshue's jade-like hand, Zhuowen only felt that his troubled heart had become as tranquil as water. Slowly, Zhuowen leaned against Mu Qinshue's side and fell asleep. This was the most peaceful and comfortable sleep Zhuowen had had in many years. The king's spirit stood outside the valley. A day later, Zhuowen emerged from the valley, looking as calm as ever. "Master," the king's spirit stood up and respectfully approached Zhuowen. Zhuowen nodded and said, "Come with me and leave Waning Moon Crescent. I'll be leaving for the stellar region once I deal with some matters in the extreme west. Come with me then." The king's spirit nodded and said, "Yes, master." The two of them turned into a long rainbow and left cloudy, clear, round Quebec. Zhuowen's brows furrowed slightly as he left the waxing moons and waning moons. Then he took out a message talisman from his bosom. As soon as he left the valley, he immediately received a message from the communication talisman. Generally speaking, Zhuowen didn't know any cultivators in the far west. Apart from Ren Yangon, Yin Bingyun, Yun Chuyu, and Hongshan, he didn't know anyone else. These were the only 4 people who had sent him a message this time. Zhuowen checked the messages and found that most of them were from a few days ago. Furthermore, most of the messages were for help. Skimming through the messages, Zhuowen's face became gloomy. It turned out that after Zhuowen left Dubhe City and came to the far west, Yin Bingyun and the others didn't follow Zhuowen's orders to leave the far west. Instead, they settled down here. In the beginning, the 4 of them were safe and sound. Instead, they were doing well in Dubhe City. However, at some point, people from Carefree Palace came to Dubhe City and hunted down Yin Bingyun and the others. The one who sent the message to Zhuowen was Yun Chuyu. The most recent message showed the despair of the 4. Yun Chuyu told Zhuowen not to return to Dubhe City, but to go as far as he could because the people from Carefree Palace already knew that Zhuowen had killed young Master Carefree Palace. Crushing the communication talisman, Zhuowen's eyes were extremely gloomy. He looked at the king's spirit and said, "Do you know where Carefree Palace is?" The king spirit was stunned and nodded. I know. Carefree Palace isn't far from Dubhi City. However, it's still some distance away from Dubhi City. Okay, you lead the way. Zhuowen took out God Lu from his spirit ring. This was the ship he had taken from Lu Wuchi. Zhuowen didn't hesitate at all. Entering God Lu, he flew toward Carefree Palace under the King Spirit's guidance. At this moment, in the inner hall of Carefree Palace, Palace Master Carefree Palace, Qian Tianjiao sat at the head of the table. Qian Tianjiao looked to be about 50 years old. His sideburns were white, but he was full of vitality. His face was rosy and his aura was mighty. In the hall, there were two other people besides Qian Tianjiao. One of them was about the same age as Qian Tianjiao, but his aura was no weaker than Qian Tianjiao's. The other person was younger, tanned, and well-built. He was Fang Zhen, the man Zhuowen had met on God Lu. Qian Tianjiao raised the cup of tea in his right hand and toasted the two people in the hall. He smiled and said, "Thank you, Elder Fang, for informing me of my son's whereabouts. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't even know that my son had fallen." As he said this, Qian Tianjiao's eyes flashed with coldness and sorrow. The middle-aged man beside Fang Zhen was the Xiantian Valley's valley master, Fang Yang, and Fang Zhen's father. Fang Yang waved his hand and said, "Palace Master Qian, you're too kind. I didn't know about this either. Thank you for bringing it up. Otherwise, I wouldn't have realized that something was wrong." Qian Tianjiao raised his hand and toasted Fang Zhen. He sighed and said, "Nephew Fang, it's all thanks to you." Fang Zhen toasted back and said shyly, "Uncle Qian, you're too kind. When I was on God Lu, I felt like old friends at first sight. I regret not having met him sooner. But after I got off the ship, I noticed that something was wrong with Wuyo. His way of doing things was completely different from usual. I didn't take it to heart at first, but when I came to visit Carefree Palace, I noticed that Wuyo hadn't returned yet. So I became vigilant and told my father about this." Speaking up to here, Fang Zhen said rather regretfully, "After capturing those 4 people, Palace Master should have conducted a soul search on them, right? What exactly is going on?" Qian Tianjiao's eyes were cold as he said, "They were 3 women and 1 man. I searched Ren Yong'an's soul and found out the truth. It turned out that my son had been killed by that bastard Zhuowen on God Lu. I don't know what method that Zhuowen used to disguise himself as my son and swindle people on the ship. It's really detestable." Fang Zhen's eyes were cold as he said in a deep voice, "No wonder I noticed something was wrong when I got off the ship. It turns out that it wasn't the real brother Wuyo. To think that I tried so hard to invite that guy before I left. I must have been blind. I wonder where that Zhuowen is now." Fang Zhen asked. Qian Tianjiao's eyes were cold as he said, "I heard that Zhuowen went to Waning Crescent several years ago and hasn't returned yet. However, I found out from Ren Yong'an's memories that this Zhuowen is a loyal person. So I purposely used Ren Yong'an's communication jade token to send many distress signals to Zhuowen. If that Zhuowen is really loyal, I'm afraid that he will take the initiative to come to Carefree Palace. At that time, I'll capture that kid in one fell swoop and make you wish you were dead." Fang Yang frowned and said, "Brother Qian, Carefree Palace's reputation in the far west isn't weak. As long as that Zhuowen isn't a fool, he won't foolishly come to Carefree Palace to rescue someone, right? If I were that Zhuowen, I would definitely run away." Qian Tianjiao sneered and said, "Even if that Zhuowen doesn't dare to come to Carefree Palace, he will definitely return to Dubhi City to check. I've already placed many spies on the road from Waning Crescent to Dubhi City. That Zhuowen must have come on the God Lu. At that time, as long as the God Lu appears, someone will immediately report. Speaking up to this point, Qian Tianjiao suddenly trembled. His eyes revealed a complex emotion of malevolence and ecstasy. "Brother Qian, what's wrong?" Fang Yang asked in surprise. "Ha ha, the spies sent news. The god Lu has already appeared. Right now, it's heading in the direction of Dubhe City," Qian Tianjiao said with a hideous grin. Fang Yang and Fang Zhen exchanged glances. They both clasped their hands and said, "Then congratulations. If that Zhuowen really enters Dubhe City, he's dead for sure." The spies sent news again. That god Lu's route isn't Dubhe City, but Carefree Palace? The smile at the corners of Qian Tianjiao's mouth instantly froze. Instead, he revealed a shocked expression. Fang Zhen and Fang Yang, the two people, also revealed strange looks. They thought to themselves, could that Zhuowen be possessed to actually head straight for Carefree Palace? Could it be that he was here to throw away his life? Humph, just what I wanted. Brother Fang, honorable nephew Fang, this Qian will leave for a while first. I need to make arrangements. Qian Tianjiao said. "Ha, Brother Qian is really too courteous. We'll go together with you too. I really want to see just what this reckless fellow looks like," Fang Yang said with a hearty laugh. Qian Tianjiao hesitated for a while, but he didn't object. Thus, the three of them left the hall. In the vast expanse of space, the enormous spacecraft swept past countless stars and asteroids, leaving behind countless of them. Zhuowen stood in front of the main control panel. Through the transparent window in front of him, he silently looked at the objects in space that were rapidly passing by. The king's spirit stood behind Zhuowen. His eyes flashed as he asked, "Master, there were many spies along the way. Why didn't you do anything?" Chapter 21:10. Intimidating the meteorite where Carefree Palace was located was about the same size as Dubhe City. There were many pavilions and endless streams of people. Most of the people on this huge meteorite were foreign cultivators who made a living or settled down here. Carefree Palace was located in the central region and was the most powerful ruler of this meteorite. Dubhe City was not far from Carefree Palace. It was only a 3-day journey. At this moment, teams of powerful guards rushed out of Carefree Palace. Even Carefree Palace's fleet had been mobilized. Carefree Palace was not weak. The size of their fleet was huge, with more than 20 flying ships. These flying ships were much smaller than Zhuowen's god Lu, but they were equipped with many powerful weapons. These flying ships were combat flying ships specially used for combat, while the god Lu was mainly used for transportation, so it had a great weakness in combat. Carefree Palace Master Qian Tianjiao slowly landed in front of the fleet. Behind him were Fang Yang and Fang Zhen, as well as the higher-ups of Carefree Palace. Countless cultivators on the meteorite where Carefree Palace was located looked up at Qian Tianjiao, who had mobilized so many people. Their eyes were filled with astonishment as they discussed animatedly. Qian Tianjiao floated in the starry sky, his eyes narrowed as he waited silently. Suddenly, Qian Tianjiao opened his eyes. A fierce light flashed in his eyes, and the corners of his mouth curled into a sinister smile. Fang Yang and Fang Zhen also focused their gazes on the empty starry sky in front of them. Whoosh! Soon, a flying ship flew over and stopped a few thousand miles in front of the fleet. A young man in snow-white clothes slowly walked down from the flying ship. Behind him was a tall middle-aged man with an obscure aura. The young man in snow-white clothes was naturally Zhuowen, and the middle-aged man was the king spirit. At Zhuowen's request, the king spirit did not release any aura. This time, Zhuowen was prepared to handle this matter himself. Unless absolutely necessary, Zhuowen did not intend to let the king's spirit take action. The king's spirit naturally respected Zhuowen's orders and was not worried about Zhuowen. Carefree Palace's palace master, Qian Tianjiao, only had the cultivation of Void Sky 6 steps. His strength was much weaker than Yao Xiong back then. With Zhuowen's strength, it was actually not difficult to get rid of Qian Tianjiao. As for the might of Carefree Palace's fleet, it was indeed terrifying. However, such a fleet was only suitable for large-scale battles. Targeting powerful cultivators was simply too difficult. In particular, Zhuowen's speed was so fast that it had reached the terrifying level of shrinking the ground into an inch. With the flying ship being so cumbersome, it was very difficult to aim and hit Zhuowen. Qian Tianjiao squinted at Zhuowen and looked at the king spirit behind Zhuowen. The king spirit's presence was subtle, but Han Sun could tell that it was not someone he should mess with. "You're Zhuowen? You dare to come to my Carefree Palace alone? You sure have guts," Qian Tianjiao sneered. Zhuowen slowly walked over, but his eyes fell on Fang Zhen behind Qian Tianjiao. He grinned and said, "Brother Fang, I trust you've been well since we last met. Ever since I left God Lu, I haven't paid a visit to Xiantian Valley. Looks like I'll have to pay a visit this time." Looking at the smile on Zhuowen's face, Fang Zhen's heart trembled. He actually felt a deep sense of fear. He was sure that this Zhuowen was the guy who had impersonated young Master Carefree. After all, the way this guy spoke was too similar. However, Fang Zhen really didn't expect this guy's cultivation to rise so quickly. He remembered that a few years ago, this person had only reached the second step of Void Sky. Only 7 or 8 years had passed, and his cultivation had increased again, reaching the 4th step. Fang Zhen's talent was terrifying, but after 7 or 8 years, he had only managed to stabilize his cultivation at the 1st step of Void Sky. Although this Zhuowen's cultivation speed is very fast, he's only at the 4th step of Void Sky. I have many experts by my side now, so why should I be afraid of this person? Fang Zhen gave himself a dose of tranquilizer in his heart. He then looked at Zhuowen without hesitation and sneered, "You've got guts. Not only did you kill Brother Carefree, you even dared to impersonate him and played me like a fool. Today you'll die here. You still want to go to Xiantian Valley? You must be dreaming." Zhuowen smiled indifferently and said, "Keep dreaming. I think you won't think that way very soon." Qian Tianjiao's face turned ugly. This Zhuowen had ignored him the moment he arrived, which made him angry. "Little bastard, you've got guts. You actually dared to kill my son. Did you know he was from Carefree Palace?" Qian Tianjiao suppressed the anger in his heart and asked coldly, "I knew. It's just that Carefree Palace is just a small faction to me. Is there a problem with killing the young master of such an unknown faction?" Zhuowen said slowly. His words made Qian Tianjiao's face turn green and white. He could no longer suppress the anger in his heart and roared, "Kill him! Kill him for me! No, break his limbs. I want him alive. I want him to suffer a fate worse than death. I want him to regret living in this world." Qian Tianjiao had almost lost his mind. More than a dozen high-ranking officials around him rushed toward Zhuowen. These people were not weak. The weakest was at the 3rd step of the virtual sky realm, while the strongest was at the 5th step. This was the strongest lineup of Carefree Palace. Even Qian Tianjiao would have a headache if he encountered such a lineup. More than 10 people were extremely fast. They quickly arrived in front of Zhuowen. One of the cultivators at the 4th step of the virtual sky realm was the fastest. He had already arrived, and the weapon in his hand was aimed at Zhuowen's vital points without any hesitation. Zhuowen revealed a cold smile. The glorious amethyst galaxy sword appeared in his hand at an unknown time. His right hand wielding the glorious amethyst galaxy sword fiercely slashed out. The sword light was like an inverted waterfall as it rushed out. Soon after, it condensed into a huge and fierce dragon of sword chi in the void. Zhuowen used the 8th move of the Tao of Destruction sword art, Sword Dragon, slashing the sky. The sword chi was like a dragon piercing through the starry sky. The cultivator at the 4th step of the virtual sky realm, who was approaching with a sinister smile on his face, suddenly showed fear in his eyes. The sword dragon soared into the sky and heavily bombarded the cultivator's weapon. Then, the weapon didn't even last a breath before it was completely shattered. The gigantic sword dragon, with its terrifying sword chi, completely devoured the cultivator. Then, the cultivator's entire body exploded into a cloud of blood mist. The virtual sky bridge behind him shattered into pieces. He died just like that. The remaining cultivators at the back retreated to the side. This sword dragon was too terrifying. Puchi, Puchi. Although the cultivators at the back were prepared, the sword dragon was too fast. Several cultivators were still engulfed by the sword dragon and torn to pieces. The remaining 10 cultivators were quite strong. They retreated in advance and avoided the fate of death. However, the aftermath of the sword chi emitted by the sword dragon still caused the 10 cultivators to suffer heavy injuries. How can this kid's attack be so terrifying? This shouldn't be the strength of a 4th step virtual sky realm cultivator at all. After the 10 cultivators escaped death, they didn't let out a sigh of relief. Instead, a trace of fear rose in their hearts. With one sword strike, he instantly killed several cultivators of the same level and even killed 10 other virtual sky realm cultivators. What kind of strength did this require? Qian Tianjiao, who was at the front of the fleet, narrowed his eyes and trembled slightly. The sword dragon's attack just now was too terrifying. It wasn't any weaker than his full-strength attack. Moreover, looking at Zhuowen's appearance, it didn't seem to be very strenuous to use that sword strike. This made Qian Tianjiao have a bad premonition. In his heart, the entire Carefree Palace was collectively stunned. Some cultivators even began to compare Zhuowen's sword dragon slashing the sky with Qian Tianjiao's and came to the conclusion that Qian Tianjiao might not be able to withstand the sword dragon's attack. Fang Zhen's eyes widened, and his jaw almost dropped. The attack just now was too shocking. He found that he couldn't even withstand the aftermath of the attack. Zhen, let's hurry and leave this place. Fang Yang suddenly transmitted his voice to Fang Zhen before he could recover his senses. Fang Zhen came back to his senses and trembled all over. Father, you and Palace Head Qian are both 6th step virtual sky realm cultivators. Could it be that you're not Zhuowen's match? Fang Yang smiled bitterly. Do you know how terrifying that attack was? Even I can't withstand it unscathed. Moreover, that Zhuowen's face isn't red, and he's not panting at all. I'm afraid that attack wasn't his full strength. Hearing this, Fang Zhen also panicked. He replied, Father, if this Zhuowen is really as terrifying as you say, do you think it's possible for him to destroy Carefree Palace? Fang Yang sighed softly. I think that's possible. The middle-aged man behind this young man isn't simple at all. His cultivation base can only be higher than Zhuowen's. This time, the Carefree Palace has kicked an iron plate. We have to immediately cut ties with Qian Tianjiao. Fang Zhen's face was bitter. How can we cut ties with him? That Zhuowen said before that he will visit our Xiantian Valley. I'm afraid he won't let us go. Fang Yang, on the other hand, replied calmly, not necessarily. The main reason this brat came to Ashoka Palace is because Qian Tianjiao captured his companions. It has little to do with us. As long as we apologize to him, I believe this brat will not make an enemy out of us. Fang Zhen nodded. Then the father and son slowly retreated from the battlefield, planning to leave. However, not long after the father and son left, they were stopped by the monarch spirit. A terrifying pressure pressed down on them. Fang Yang and Fang Zhen trembled and shouted in their hearts, 8 steps virtual sky. Chapter 21, 11. Qian Tianzhao's fear the instant he killed several cultivators. Zhuowen's sword momentum did not change as he suddenly brandished the purple sword in his right hand. The 6th move of the destruction sword art, Firmament Dao Domain. The purple sword light was like a waterfall as it floated upside down and actually transformed into an incomparably huge territory. The entire territory was extremely large, and it was purely formed by terrifying sword chi. The remaining 10 cultivators had long been scared out of their wits. After the terrifying sword dragon instantly killed several of their companions, they wanted to retreat and escape. Unfortunately, the moment these 10 cultivators fled, the terrifying territory formed by the sword light fell from the starry sky and suddenly pressed down on these 10 cultivators, causing them to be unable to breathe as they were firmly pressed to the ground. Great Void Sword. Zhuowen lightly stepped out with his right foot, and sword chi erupted from the bottom of his foot like a gale. His entire body transformed into a faintly discernible sword light, and his speed was extremely fast as he shuttled between the 10 cultivators who were firmly suppressed by the Firmament Dao Domain. Great Void Sword was the 7th move of the destruction sword art. It used the climax of the sword art to swim in the void. The person was like the sword, and the sword was like the person. The person and the sword were one, and there was no distinction between them. The 10 cultivators all roared as they unleashed their own illusory bridges. Their strength suddenly erupted by several times, and the terrifying Firmament Dao Domain was actually completely shaken. Uffed. Unfortunately, Zhuowen had already swept over while stepping on the sword chi. His speed was like light, and everywhere he passed, sword light flew. Everywhere he passed, the 10 cultivators were unable to block him. The Firmament Dao Domain shattered into countless specks of light, and Zhuowen slowly walked out from the rain-like specks of light with an indifferent gaze. A drop of blood slowly streaked across Zhuowen's purple sword and finally condensed at the tip of the sword. It was as bright as a flower. After the 10 cultivators shattered the Sky Dome Dao Domain, they stood quietly on the spot, not moving at all. With a cracking sound, the illusory bridges behind the 10 cultivators shattered into powder, and the heads of the 10 cultivators all flew up. Blood surged into the sky as they all died. You want to kill me by sending a bunch of useless people? Zhuowen slowly raised his head and looked at Qian Tianzhao's ugly face. The killing intent in his eyes was undisguised. Qian Tianzhao's eyes were gloomy. He raised his right hand and shouted, "Fleet, listen to my order. Kill this man. Also, all the disciples of Carefree Palace, step forward and lay down the heaven and earth reversal array to kill this kid." As the palace lord of Carefree Palace, Qian Tianzhao was no fool. This young man, named Zhuowen, had killed more than 10 elite cultivators of Carefree Palace in one move. How could he not know that this lad was not simple? Therefore, he did not dare to be careless this time. He mobilized all of Carefree Palace's combat power. Many cultivators around Carefree Palace naturally heard Qian Tianzhao's command, and their hearts skipped a beat. Qian Tianzhao's order almost caused Carefree Palace to turn out in full force. This was something that Carefree Palace would only do when it was on the brink of death. But now that Qian Tianzhao had made a move, it was clear that Qian Tianzhao valued this ordinary young man. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. More than 20 flying ships surrounded Zhuowen like shuttles. Cannons were instantly aimed at Zhuowen. Zhuowen raised his eyebrows. He realized that many powerful divine senses were bursting out from within these 20 flying ships. These divine senses firmly locked onto Zhuo when without any scruples. It was airtight, and it was almost impossible for Zhuo-wen to escape. Zhuo-wen knew that these flying ships' aim was mainly based on the divine senses of the cultivators controlling the flying ships. However, Zhuo-wen's soul was extremely powerful. What was the difference between these divine senses locking onto Zhuo-wen and a sheep entering a tiger's den? Zhuo-wen activated the 3,000 over-divine soul galaxies in his soul space. Instantly, the terrifying divine senses swallowed up all the divine senses locked onto him like a hurricane. Moreover, Zhuo-wen's enormous divine senses were like maggots in a corpse. They followed these 20 divine senses and quickly entered the various flying ships, entering the souls of the cultivators controlling the flying ships. Ah, my head hurts so much. What's going on? My soul is actually suffering from a backlash. How can this kid's soul be so powerful? Quick, help me. It's too painful. In just an instant, the cultivators on the flying ships were in a mess. Then, one of the flying ships trembled continuously. Then, the deep cannons on its body directly fired a terrifying attack at the flying ship next to it. Boom! The flying ship that was attacked exploded into countless pieces. The cultivators inside all died along with the explosion. In an instant, the entire fleet was in a mess. They began to shoot at each other. The dazzling light rays were like trails that cut through the starry sky, dragging long tails. Explosions rang out continuously, and in just 10 breaths, the entire fleet was destroyed. Zhuo-wen, on the other hand, walked out unscathed. At this moment, Qian Tianjiao had already mobilized all the disciples of Carefree Palace. There were tens of thousands of them, and they rushed over in an imposing manner. However, they did not expect to see such a shocking scene. Qian Tianjiao's face was slightly pale, but he still commanded calmly, "Set up the heaven and earth reversal formation. Kill this kid for me." Although the tens of thousands of Carefree Palace disciples were somewhat afraid of Zhuo-wen, they did not dare to disobey Qian Tianjiao's orders. They rushed out one after another, each of them taking a mysterious step and surrounding Zhuo-wen. They actually set up a terrifying formation in an instant. Zhuo-wen stood in the same spot and quietly watched the Carefree Palace disciples set up the heaven and earth reversal formation. During this process, Zhuo-wen did not make a move to stop them. This time, what Zhuo-wen wanted to do was to make Qian Tianjiao feel despair and regret. He would not kill Qian Tianjiao now, but he could take down Carefree Palace step by step and crush Qian Tianjiao's hope, causing him to fall into complete despair. Therefore, he was not in a hurry to capture Qian Tianjiao. Instead, he silently watched Qian Tianjiao use all his skills. "I don't believe you can withstand the heaven and earth reversal formation," Qian Tianjiao said with a ferocious expression. Within the formation, the mocking smile on Zhuo-wen's face became even more intense. He slowly extended his sleeve and took out a rusty ancient sword from his spirit ring. This ancient sword was the king's sword that Zhuo-wen had obtained from the ancient sword tomb. The moment the king's sword appeared, an earth-shattering sword hum resounded from the spirit ring. Then numerous ancient swords flew out, emitting sharp sword light. In an instant, more than 9,000 ancient swords flew out, forming a terrifying sword light storm. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Once the sword light storm was formed, it blasted towards the heaven and earth reversal formation without mercy. In an instant, the formation was filled with a monstrous blood-red light. In an instant, 1/10 of the tens of thousands of Carefree Palace disciples who were maintaining the formation were killed. Zhuo-wen did not hold back. Controlling the king's sword, he turned the 9,000 ancient swords into an even more terrifying sword light storm. From the outside, one could see that within the heaven and earth reversal formation, terrifying, ear-piercing noises were frequently heard. The smell of blood was even more nauseating. The heaven and earth reversal formation did not last long. A hole was suddenly torn open above it. Countless corpses, mixed with blood, fell from the sky. They were deader than dead. A terrifying sword-light storm slowly swept out from the hole. Within the sword-light storm stood an extremely young man. Upon closer inspection, one could see that the sword-light storm around the young man was completely formed by ancient swords. Moreover, each ancient sword had an extraordinary origin and was extremely powerful. Boom, boom, boom. The sword-light storm's power suddenly increased. The terrifying storm tore the huge heaven and earth reversal formation into countless pieces. The tens of thousands of Carefree Palace disciples who were maintaining the heaven and earth reversal formation were also annihilated in an instant. At this moment, Qian Tianjiao was completely shocked. Not only Qian Tianjiao, but the surrounding cultivators were also shocked. Their jaws almost dropped. The father and son pair, Fang Yang and Fang Zhen, were horrified. A tinge of regret rose in their hearts. What kind of monster is this kid? This was the only thought in Fang Zhen's mind. Palace Master Qian, what other tricks do you have? Feel free to use them. I, Zhuowen, am standing right here. Take them all. Zhuowen stepped into the starry sky. The sword-light storm revolved around him. His white robe fluttered in the wind. However, Qian Tianjiao was scared out of his wits. Zhuowen's strength was too terrifying. Even the heaven and earth reversal formation was destroyed in an instant. He knew that with his strength, he was no match for Zhuowen. I'll hand over your companions. Please let me live. Qian Tianjiao finally lowered his noble head and admitted defeat. Zhuowen only looked at Qian Tianjiao quietly. The latter felt his hair stand on end. He could only brace himself and say, "Your companions are in Carefree Palace. You can go in and look for them. I only ask for my life." Unfortunately, Zhuowen remained silent. However, the purple sword in his right hand broke the silence. Whoosh! The purple sword was extremely fast. It left his hand and flew towards Qian Tianjiao. Qian Tianjiao seemed to have sensed it. He took out a jade-colored disc from his spirit ring. Bang! The jade-colored disc blocked the purple sword. Qian Tianjiao took out another flying ship. He stepped into the flying ship and activated it, leaving the place in an instant. Ah! Unfortunately, not long after Qian Tianjiao left, a figure covered in black mist appeared. A third eye that contained terrifying heavenly lightning appeared between his eyebrows. Terrifying black lightning shot out. Rumble! Chapter 21:12. Destruction of Jade and Common Stone. At this moment, Qian Tianjiao's gaze was exceptionally gloomy. The moment he fell off the flying ship, he quickly retreated. At the same time, he threw out a divine artifact to set up a powerful defense around him. The black-clothed Zhuowen looked indifferently at Qian Tianjiao, who was making a big fuss. The corners of his mouth curled into a mocking smile, but he did not move at all. Zhuowen's main body, whose white robes fluttered in the wind, slowly walked over to Qian Tianjiao. Qian Tianjiao was so frightened that he subconsciously moved forward. However, Qian Tianjiao had only moved a few steps when he realized that the black-clothed Zhuowen was still in front of him. He stopped in his tracks, feeling extremely conflicted. What do you want?" Qian Tianjiao asked with an ugly expression. Zhuowen slowly walked over and said mockingly, "I should be the one asking you that. You captured my companions. What do you want from me? You killed my son and destroyed my Carefree Palace. Isn't this considered even?" Qian Tianjiao said in a low voice. Zhuowen smiled disdainfully and said, "You captured my companions and lured me here. Didn't you want to kill me? Now that you see that I'm powerful, you say something like that. Your skin is really thick. Although what Qian Tianjiao said was reasonable, one had to know that Qian Tianjiao wanted to kill him, Zhuowen. If he, Zhuowen, was not strong enough, he would definitely die here today. As for Run Yangan, Yun Chuyu, and the others, their fates would probably be even more miserable. However, there were no ifs in this world. Since Qian Tianjiao wanted to kill Zhuowen, and even involved his friends, Zhuowen did not intend to let this matter rest. Others had already bullied him. If he let them off so easily just because they begged for mercy, this was not Zhuowen's style. Then what do you want? Qian Tianjiao asked with an ugly expression. Break one of your arms, kneel in front of me, and sincerely apologize to me. Then personally bring me to release my friends, and I can spare your life. Zhuowen said slowly. If not for the fact that Qian Tianjiao didn't know how to appreciate favors, Zhuowen wouldn't have mustered so many people to cause trouble at Carefree Palace. Unfortunately, this was all because of Qian Tianjiao. Since it was Qian Tianjiao's fault, he should bear all the consequences alone. As expected, Qian Tianjiao's lips twitched and his face darkened. Many cultivators outside the Carefree Palace exchanged glances and looked at the hesitant Qian Tianjiao. These foreign cultivators were not from Carefree Palace. They were just ordinary cultivators who lived near Carefree Palace and relied on Carefree Palace to survive. The way they saw it, Carefree Palace was high and mighty, and the disciples inside had even more outstanding statuses. As the palace lord of Carefree Palace, Qian Tianjiao was rarely seen. In the eyes of these foreign cultivators, Qian Tianjiao was an expert among experts. Many cultivators revered and worshipped him. But now, this youth who had appeared out of nowhere had easily destroyed the fleet and all the disciples of Carefree Palace. Now he was even asking the palace lord, Qian Tianjiao, to break one of his arms and kneel in apology. Such an absurd scene was happening right in front of their eyes. At the same time, they wanted to know if Qian Tianjiao would really do that. If you don't want to do it, that's fine. But the outcome may be Zhuowen flicked the purple sword's blade with his left hand. With a ding, the sword's hum was like an echo in an empty valley, reverberating in the surroundings. An unconcealable killing intent instantly filled the starry sky. Qian Tianjiao's expression changed drastically. He knew that if he didn't do as Zhuowen said, he would die without a doubt. His cultivation was at the 6th level of the Void Sky realm, 2 levels higher than Zhuowen. But after witnessing Zhuowen's terrifying battle prowess, Qian Tianjiao knew that if he really stood up, he wouldn't be a match for this kid. Moreover, behind him was the black-robed Zhuo, one whose entire body was shrouded in demonic mist. The black-robed Zhuo, Wen's aura was similarly vigorous and terrifying. Qian Tianjiao knew that if the two of them joined forces, he would definitely lose. After thinking about it, Qian Tianjiao finally sighed in his heart and decisively cut off his left arm. He then fell to his knees in front of Zhuowen and said in a deep voice, I, Qian Tianjiao, have eyes but failed to recognize Mao Tai, an offended senior Zhuo. I hope that senior Zhuo will forgive me this time. Then Qian Tianjiao kowtowed 3 times. The sound reverberated in the starry sky and lingered in the ears. The foreign cultivators were all stunned. Although most of them had guessed, they didn't expect Qian Tianjiao to kneel so decisively. An uproar arose, and the foreign cultivators began to discuss intensely. The noise was like a flood, endless. After this battle, Zhuowen's name would spread far and wide. Not far away, the father and son Fang Yang and Fang Zhen's faces were even more bitter. Even Qian Tianjiao had surrendered. What else could they say? Let's go. Bring my friend out. Zhuowen said calmly. Qian Tianjiao stood up with his head slightly lowered. He took the lead and led the way, while Zhuowen slowly followed behind. "Master, do you need me to go with you?" the Emperor's spirit asked telepathically. Zhuowen waved his hand and replied, "Look after the two of them. I'll be back in a jiffy." Putting away the black-robed Zhuowen followed Tianjiao into Carefree Palace. Carefree Palace was huge, but there wasn't a single person in sight. Zhuowen knew that he had killed most of the Carefree Palace's disciples in the battle just now. Now, Carefree Palace was no different from an empty shell. After passing through a winding corridor with many twists and turns, Tianjiao finally stopped. This was the deepest part of Carefree Palace, and there was a huge stone prison. Golden runes floated on the surface of the stone prison. It was obvious that a powerful restriction array had been set up. "Open," Zhuowen said calmly. Tianjiao didn't answer. Instead, he formed a seal, and the golden runes on the surface of the stone prison suddenly dispersed. Then, the stone door quietly opened. The heavy sound of gears turning could be heard, and the scene inside the stone prison was revealed. However, the inside of the stone prison was too dark. It was impossible to see what was inside. Tianjiao said in a low voice, "Senior Zhuo, the four of them are imprisoned here." Zhuowen's eyes narrowed. His powerful divine sense swept through the stone prison. Indeed, he found four curled-up figures in the depths of the stone prison. "You go in first." Out of caution, Zhuowen let Tianjiao go in first. The latter didn't resist and went straight into the stone prison, walking deeper into it. Zhuowen silently followed behind, his brows furrowed. He felt that something was wrong. However, his divine sense swept through the place several times and didn't find anything unusual. Although he was puzzled, he didn't think too much about it. Finally, the two of them reached the depths of the stone prison. Then Zhuowen gloomily saw Yun Qiyu, Yin Bingyun, and the other three bound by thick chains. Moreover, the four of them were riddled with wounds. They had probably been cruelly punished. Creak. Perhaps because she noticed that someone had come, Yin Bingyun let out a soft groan and slowly woke up. Then she saw Tianjiao, and her beautiful eyes instantly erupted like a volcano. She was abnormally angry, but soon Yin Bingyun noticed Zhuowen behind Tianjiao. Her beautiful eyes shook, and there was a misty look in them. "Zhuowen." Yin Bingyun called out dryly, "It's fine. You're all fine now." Zhuowen released the black-clothed Zhuowen, who kept a close eye on Tianjiao. Then he walked forward and completely untied the chains on the four of them. Yun Qiyu and Hongshan gradually woke up as well. The moment they saw Zhuowen, they cried tears of joy. "Brother Ren, what's wrong?" Zhuowen's gaze fell on Ren Yong'an. He untied the chains on Ren Yong'an's body and found that Ren Yong'an's lifeless eyes were open. He was leaning against the corner of the wall, lost in thought. Yun Chuyu's beautiful eyes revealed a look of indignation. She pointed at Tianjiao and said, "It's this guy?" He forcefully searched Brother Ren's soul last time and caused Brother Ren's divine soul to be destroyed. He even lost the chance to recover. Since then, he's become a walking corpse. Zhuowen's mind shook, and a surge of anger surged in his chest. He turned around and grabbed Tianjiao's collar. Although Void Sky cultivators had powerful recovery abilities, if someone forcefully searched their divine soul, the damage to their divine soul would be permanent and even destroy it. Void Sky cultivators could not recover from the damage to their divine soul. Once the divine soul was damaged, that person's life would be over. Take Mu Qinxue, for example. She had fallen into a deep sleep after the yin and yang in her divine soul had been unbalanced. If it weren't for the sun and moon grass, the chances of her waking up would have been extremely low. The damage to Qian Tianjiao's soul was even more serious than Mu Qinxue's. In this world, there were almost no godly medicines that could repair divine soul damage. Even if there were, they were extremely rare and difficult to obtain. Now, Run Yong'an's divine soul had been forcefully searched, and his divine soul had been severely damaged. It was likely that he would never be able to recover in this lifetime, and would become a walking corpse. Thinking of this, Zhuowen's heart was filled with guilt. At the same time, he was filled with an unprecedented killing intent towards Qian Tianjiao. However, Qian Tianjiao was no longer timid. A mocking smile appeared on his lips as he said, "Before I came in, I knew that I wouldn't be able to get out alive. That's why I was prepared to die with you. Zhuowen, you killed my son, destroyed my carefree palace, and completely ruined everything I had. Do you really think that I would be willing to give in just like that? Ha! Then you're gravely mistaken. I lured you here to kill you." Qian Tianjiao seemed to have gone mad. His eyes were bloodshot as he laughed loudly. Rumble! Then the golden runes floating and rotating on the surface of the stone prison actually exploded with a dazzling golden light at this moment. It was as if countless suns had risen. Then the stone prison was enveloped by this terrifying golden light and exploded with a loud bang. If one looked from the outside, they would see that the interior of the huge carefree palace was emitting a terrifying golden light that was becoming more and more exuberant. In the end, carefree palace and even the meteorite it was on collapsed with a loud bang, forming countless cracks. Chapter 21:13. Exploiting the Xiantian Valley, Run. Carefree Palace is going to explode. The abnormality of Carefree Palace immediately attracted the attention of the surrounding cultivators. Then, the first cultivators to react scattered like monkeys on a fallen tree, fleeing the vicinity of Carefree Palace for their lives. Rumble! The explosion of Carefree Palace was too fast. Other than the first few cultivators to react, the rest of the cultivators were all turned into dust by the force of the explosion. Hiss! 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 The few cultivators who managed to escape rejoiced when they saw the terrifying explosion, but they also retreated far away. Their hearts trembled, and their eyes were filled with fear. Di Ling's pupils constricted. He retreated far away, with Fang Yang and Fang Zhen, but his gaze was extremely solemn. Although he did not know what had happened inside, he knew that all of this was Qian Tianjiao's doing. This explosion is very terrifying. I wonder if Master can withstand it. Di Ling whispered worriedly. Roar! An earth-shattering roar came from the center of the explosion. The terrifying sound wave was even more terrifying than a hurricane. Then, the crowd was shocked to discover that in the center of the explosion, a huge and terrifying shadow slowly appeared. It then leaped up, ignoring the terrifying explosion's energy. This beast's body was extremely huge. It was several times larger than the meteorite that Carefree Palace was on. There were many sharp horns on its head, and its body merged into the starry sky. There were many images of galaxies in it, and it looked exceptionally strange. Feeling the terrifying aura from this beast, many of the surrounding cultivators trembled. Their faces turned pale, and a feeling of worship rose in their hearts. On this huge beast, Zhuowen, dressed in white, stood quietly with a purple sword in his hand. Other than Zhuowen, there were also Yin Bingyun, Yun Chuyu, Hongshan, and Run Yangan. Other than Run Yangan, whose eyes were blank, the other three were shocked. They would never forget the scene in the stone dungeon. Qian Tianjiao had completely detonated the stone dungeon. This explosion had the terrifying power to destroy heaven and earth. Without exception, they all looked hopeless. However, Zhuowen only said, "Leave everything to me." Then, the black fog around the black-clothed Zhuowen, who was standing not far away, suddenly exploded. He revealed his true form in an instant and turned into the incomparably huge, prehistoric, ferocious beast in front of him. They only felt their vision darken as the huge beast rushed out from the center of the explosion. Only now did they realize that they were not dead, but were saved. The self-destruction of the carefree palace was indeed terrifying. Moreover, Qian Tianjiao was like a moth darting into a flame as he rushed towards Zhuowen and self-destructed his illusory heavenly bridge, wanting to perish together with Zhuowen. However, Qian Tianjiao was wrong. Zhuowen had Devour as his trump card. Devour's physical strength had reached an unparalleled level, and he had cultivated the indestructible heaven and earth to the highest level. Once Devour revealed his true form, even a void sky seven-step cultivator would not be able to kill him easily. Zhuowen looked at the wounds all over Devour's body and frowned. He knew that the explosion of the carefree palace could not be underestimated. Although Devour had blocked it, he had paid a heavy price. Putting Devour away, Zhuowen asked him to find the heavenly domain star essence in his spirit ring to recover. Then, he brought Yin Bingyun and the others to a place not far from the Emperor's spirit. Big Brother Zhua, this person's aura is so terrifying. He is definitely not someone to be trifled with. We should not get close. Yun Qiyu stretched out her slender hand and pulled on the corner of Zhuowen's clothes. Although Yun Qiyu and the others' cultivation was not high, they still had good eyesight. Qian Tianjiao was a void sky six-step expert, and they had seen him before. However, the Emperor Spirit's aura was as strong as the vast starry sky. It was definitely much more terrifying than Qian Tianjiao. It was very likely that he was a void sky seventh-step expert or even an eighth-step expert. Although they believed that Zhuowen's strength was not ordinary, they did not think that Zhuowen would be safe against such an expert. Master, are you okay? Just as Zhuowen was about to explain, the Emperor's spirit brought Fangyang and Fangzhen over and bowed respectfully. Master, Yin Bingyun, Yun Qiyu, and the three women were dumbfounded. They all sucked in a breath of cold air. They could not believe that this terrifying expert, who seemed to be a void sky seventh-step or eighth-step expert, actually called Zhuowen Master. Was there something wrong with their ears? I forgot to introduce him. His name is Di Ling. He is a servant that I have just taken in. His strength is at the void sky eighth step. Zhuowen smiled. Yin Bingyun and the other two women sucked in a breath of cold air again. Their heads buzzed as they finally accepted this unbelievable reality. Yin Bingyun smiled bitterly. Zhuowen, although I knew that you were not simple, I still underestimated you. You are too abnormal. Yun Qiyu and Hongshan nodded in agreement. Zhuowen's aura was only at the void sky fourth step. It just so happened that Zhuowen, who had reached the fourth level of void heaven, had a servant who had reached the eighth level of void heaven. This was truly inconceivable. Di Ling's expression was normal. He nodded slightly at Yin Bingyun and the other two women, then silently followed behind Zhuowen. At this moment, Zhuowen's gaze fell on Fangyang and Fangzhen. Fangzhen felt Zhuowen's gaze, and his body shook. He quickly smiled and said, "Brother Zhuowen, this is all a misunderstanding. This has nothing to do with our Xian Tian Valley. It was the idea of Carefree Palace's Qian Tianjiao to capture your companion. We did not know about it." Fangyang chimed in as well. He kept saying nice things to Zhua with a fawning look on his face. Zhuowen, on the other hand, had a cold expression on his face as he said placidly, "Like I said, I will pay a visit to your Xian Tian Valley. Now that the matter with Ashoka Palace is settled, it's time for me to pay a visit to your Xian Tian Valley." Hearing this, Fangyang's legs went weak. he quickly knelt on the ground and said with fear, "Senior Zhuo, please let our Xiantian Valley go this time. I am willing to pay any price." As the Xiantian Valley's valley master, Fang Yang had a high status. At this moment, he was kneeling in front of an unknown young man and begging for mercy. If other cultivators in the far west saw this, their jaws would drop. However, the surrounding cultivators were not surprised by this scene. After seeing Zhuowen destroy Carefree Palace, they had already classified Zhuowen as a terrifying and ruthless person that they could not afford to offend. Furthermore, Xiantian Valley's strength was on par with Carefree Palace. If even Carefree Palace was destroyed, it would be more than easy for this young man to destroy Xiantian Valley. Zhuowen smiled and said, "Don't worry, I will not do anything rash this time. If your Xiantian Valley is sincere enough, I am not a bad person." Fang Yang rolled his eyes and quickly said, "Senior Zhuo, I am willing to contribute 50% of Xiantian Valley's resources to you. What do you think?" Unknowingly, Fang Yang also changed the way he addressed Zhuowen and became extremely respectful. Zhuowen shook his head and did not say anything. Fang Yang's eyes narrowed, and he said solemnly, "Then 70% will do." Zhuowen still shook his head, but Fang Yang's face turned pale. He gritted his teeth and said, 80%, this is my limit. Senior Zhuo, please do me a favor." Zhuowen sneered and said, "I want 99%. I am already giving you a lot of face by not destroying your entire Xiantian Valley. You have no right to bargain." Fang Yang's body trembled, and he lowered his head and said, "Yes, yes, yes. Senior Zhuo, you are right. I will contribute 99% of Xiantian Valley's resources." Next, Zhuowen followed the Fang Yang father and son into the Xiantian Valley. Without any hesitation, he swept away 99% of the Xiantian Valley's resources and left. Looking at Zhuowen's back, Fang Zhen's eyes were filled with unwillingness, and he said, "Father, what is the difference between what Zhuowen did and destroying our Xiantian Valley?" But Fang Yang sighed and said, "Shen, it's better than being wiped out. We can still earn back the resources. But once the sect is wiped out, the Xiantian Valley will truly be finished. Let's seal the Xiantian Valley for 300 years and open it again after the Yuan Qi recovers." With that, Fang Yang walked into the depths of the Xiantian Valley with his back hunched. In Fang Zhen's eyes, Fang Yang seemed to have aged a few decades, and he looked like a dying candle in the wind. In the huge airship, Zhuowen looked at Ren Yong'an's lifeless eyes and asked the King Spirit, "King Spirit, do you have a way to heal him?" The King Spirit frowned and said, "Master, this person's soul is too damaged. It is impossible to heal it." Seeing the King's Spirit shake his head, Zhuowen knew that Ren Yong'an's chances of recovery were too low. He had also probed Ren Yong'an's soul before, and he was very clear in his heart how severely damaged Ren Yong'an's soul was. Although Mu Qinshue's soul was also damaged, it was only a minor injury. But even so, it took Zhuowen a lot of effort to find the sun and moon grass to stabilize Mu Qinshue's soul. Ren Yong'an's condition was much worse than Mu Qinshue's. Even the Sky Realm's Lord could not do anything about it. "Brother Ren, it is all because of me. But don't worry, as long as I, Zhuowen, am alive, I will take care of you." Chapter 21:14. Do, Xian, Zhuowen, where do you plan to go next? Inside the flying ship, Yin Bingyun looked at Zhuowen with a burning gaze. At the same time, her beautiful eyes glanced at the indifferent Emperor Spirit. In Yin Bingyun's opinion, although Zhuowen's cultivation was only at the 4th step of the virtual sky realm, his true strength should not be inferior to the 7th step of the virtual sky realm. Most importantly, Zhuowen had an 8th step virtual sky realm slave by his side. An 8-step virtual sky realm slave was already at the level of an ancestor of the 10 great sects in the star field. If this emperor spirit entered the star field, he would probably be able to stir up a storm. Even the 10 great sects would not dare to underestimate an existence like the emperor spirit. It could be said that the current Zhuowen had enough capital to establish a foothold in the star field. With Zhuowen's current foundation, even if countless cultivators in the star field knew that Zhuowen had a large amount of heavenly domain starry sky essence, who would dare to overestimate themselves and hunt him down. Back then, wasn't Zhuowen the target of public criticism because he was a rogue cultivator with no backing and no strength? If the heavenly domain starry sky essence was obtained by Yuwusi of the dark fantasy sect or the ancestors of the 10 great sects, who would dare to hunt him down? So wantonly. Wasn't that just courting death? An ordinary man's wealth was his own ruin, as long as you were strong enough. So what if you had a treasure? Yin Bingyan knew very well that if Zhuowen returned to the star field now, who would dare to touch him? Moreover, Yin Bingyan also knew Zhuowen's character quite well. She knew that Zhuowen was not a saint. Back in the star field, he had suffered so much hostility and was hunted down. Zhuowen would not easily erase this debt. Zhuowen grinned, and a cold light flashed in his eyes as he said, "Of course I'm going back to the star field. I, Zhuowen, will now take back what you owe me in the star field." Hong Shan and Yun Qiu looked at each other. They could see the joy in each other's eyes. When Yuwusi chased Zhuowen, they hid in Zhuowen's spirit ring and knew how dangerous it was at that time. At that time, if Zhuowen died, the 3 of them would die without a doubt. At that time, the 3 women were full of grievances. Now that Zhuowen had turned over a new leaf and was planning to go back and settle all his debts, how could they not have the same thought in their hearts? It was just that their strength was too low, so they naturally did not have the strength to do so. However, Zhuowen could help them vent their anger. But before returning to the star field, I need to develop my forces in the far west. Zhuowen's eyes lit up like starlight. The far west land was the only place in the Great Brahma region that wasn't under the jurisdiction of Great Brahma. Moreover, due to the enormous magnetic field in this place, it was difficult for the 10 great sects of the star field to extend their reach here. Therefore, this was. The was to the far. Star, your forces? Yin Bingyun and the other 2 women were shocked, and their beautiful eyes were filled with doubt. Although Zhuowen was very strong and had an 8-step void sky slave, there were only 2 people. But after all, there were only 2 of them, and an organization could not be developed with just 2 experts. Instead, it required a huge amount of resources, sufficient time, and a succession of talents. It could be said that developing one's forces was an extremely troublesome problem. If Zhuowen really wanted to develop his forces, he would have to spend a lot of energy. For the 3 women, it was not worth it. Zhuowen saw the confusion on the 3 women's faces, but he did not explain. Instead, he smiled and said, "You will know when the time comes. For now, let's go back to Dubhe City." The 3 women were puzzled, but they did not ask. They knew that Zhuowen would not do anything he was not confident in. After a while, the flying ship landed in the sky above Dubhe City. Zhuowen looked at the king spirit, who nodded and jumped out of the flying ship, floating above Dubhe City. Rumble! The king spirit unscrupulously released the 8-step void sky aura, and invisible ripples like countless mountains crushed every corner of Dubhe City. The martial artists who were originally coming and going in Dubhe City trembled when they felt the terrifying aura that was like a mountain. There were even some fellows whose strengths were comparatively weaker who directly fell flat on their faces, cutting an extremely sorry figure. What's going on? What a terrifying aura! This is much more terrifying than the city lord of Dubhe City. The City Lord is a 6-step void sky master. This person's aura is even more terrifying than the City Lord. Could it be a 7-step void sky master? This kind of master is rare in the far west. It seems that a big shot has come. In Dubhi City, countless cultivators looked at the king's spirit floating above Dubhi City with awe. Whoosh! The moment the king's spirit released his aura, a figure rushed out from the depths of Dubhi City. This was an old man dressed in coarse clothes. His white hair hung down to his waist and fluttered in the wind, giving him a natural and unrestrained feeling. The old man's eyes flashed with a dignified look. He rushed in front of the king's spirit and said respectfully, "Do Xian, I didn't know you were here. Please forgive me. I don't know if you—" Before Do Xian could finish, he was interrupted by the king's spirit. "You are the City Lord of Dubhi City?" Do Xian lowered his posture and quickly said, "Yes, I am. What can I do for you, senior?" At this moment, Do Xian was extremely depressed. The middle-aged man in front of him was too terrifying. In front of this person, he was like an ant. Do Xian had seen a 7-step void sky cultivator before, but compared to this middle-aged man in front of him, he was still much weaker. This old man's luck can't be that bad, right? To actually encounter an 8th-step void, heaven expert, looking for trouble? Do Xian let his imagination run wild rather helplessly in his heart. Moreover, Do Xian really couldn't remember when he had offended such a master. The king's spirit nodded, withdrew his aura, and said indifferently, "My master has something to discuss with you. He hopes to talk further." Do Xian, who was originally thinking nonsense, was stunned when he heard this. He suspected that he had heard wrong. The middle-aged man in front of him was a supreme expert of void, heaven 8 steps. In the entire far west land, there were probably only a few of such existences. Even in the entire Great Brahma domain, this person stood at the absolute pinnacle of experts. This kind of powerhouse would always make others slaves and be served by others. But now, such a master had finally appeared in front of Do Xian, and he was calling someone else master. This made Do Xian feel ridiculous and incredulous. In the entire Great Brahma heaven domain, what kind of person could make a supreme expert at the 8th step of the void heaven realm serve as a servant? Perhaps only the ruler of the Great Brahma domain. Great Brahma had this qualification. However, according to the rumors, Great Brahma never set foot in the far west land after his battle with Luotian. So Do Xian naturally didn't think the master the king spirit was talking about was Great Brahma. As for what kind of genius would be able to make such a powerhouse serve as his servant, Do Xian was very curious. Under Do Xian's expectant gaze, a slender figure slowly walked down from the flying ship behind the king's spirit. It was a rather handsome young man. His white robes were whiter than snow, and he looked like a white lotus. Behind the young man, there were 3 beautiful women with different temperaments walking over slowly. Do Xian was stunned, but not because of the young man's temperament or the 3 beautiful women behind him. It was because of the young man's aura. 4 steps void sky master. Do Xian was puzzled. He looked at the king's spirit in front of him as if to ask if the young man was really his master. The king's spirit didn't pay attention to Do Xian. Instead, he bowed to Zhuowen and respectfully said, "Master, this person is Do Xian, the City Lord of Dubhi City." Do Xian's mouth was wide open, but he couldn't say a word. Or rather, he didn't know what to say. At this moment, the shock in his heart filled his entire body. He felt that what was happening in front of his eyes was too shocking and unrealistic. A mere 4 steps void sky master was actually the master of an 8 steps void sky master. This scene completely overturned Do Xian's worldview. "City Lord Do, my name is Zhuowen. It's an honor to meet you." Zhuowen came in front of Do Xian. Looking at the latter's dazed expression, he smiled slightly and took the initiative to extend his right hand. Dou Xian came back to his senses and quickly reached out his hand to shake it. His expression was full of anxiety and fear. Brother Zhua? No. Senior Zhua? Hello. I am the city lord of Dubhe City. Why are you looking for me? Dou Xian was certain that the young man in front of him was hiding his cultivation. His real identity must be an old monster who had been hiding for a long time. Thinking of this, Dou Xian's heart became more and more respectful. His posture was extremely low. Zhuowen naturally didn't know what Dou Xian was thinking. Seeing the latter so tactfully lowering his posture, his smile became even brighter. City Lord Dou, I have a presumptuous request. I hope City Lord Dou can help me, Zhuowen said with a smile. Dou Xian didn't even think about it. He patted his chest and said, Senior Zhua's matter is my matter. Senior Zhua, you don't have to worry about me. Zhuowen smiled brightly and said, My presumptuous request is that City Lord Dou can transfer Dubhe City to me. Of course, I won't let you suffer a loss. I will give you a satisfactory price. Chapter 21:15. 7 Profound Ganoderma. Seeing the bright smile on Zhuowen's face, Dou Xian shuddered, and a chill rose in his heart. This transfer Dubhe City? Dou Xian stuttered slightly, and his face was quite ugly. He was the city lord of Dubhe City, and Zhuowen's words were a disguised way to drive him away. It was a blatant attempt to seize power. Zhuowen just smiled and looked at Dou Xian silently, but the king spirit's eyes revealed undisguised murderous intent. Dou Xian's eyes flickered, and he finally sighed and said, Senior Zhua, since you have taken a fancy to Dubhe City, how can I dare to take your things? This Dubhe City will be my gift to you. Zhuowen smiled faintly. He took out a jade bottle and handed it to Dou Xian. I have never forcefully taken what others like, but I do need a stronghold. Your Dubhe City's location is pretty good, so I plan to come down. But I won't let you suffer too much. The things in these 2 bottles are enough to make up for your Dubhe City. Dou Xian was startled and subconsciously took the jade bottle, but he was a little angry. The huge Dubhe City had an immeasurable value. What precious thing could be in a mere jade bottle? How could it be compared to Dubhe City? In Dou Xian's view, Zhuowen's move was humiliating him, but he had to suppress the anger in his heart and smile. After all, the person in front of him was not a master to be trifled with. It was only a matter of minutes to kill him. However, after Dou Xian opened the bottle cork, he quickly closed it. The anger in his heart had long disappeared and was replaced by shock. Heavenly Domain Starry Sky Essence? And it's a whole bottle? Oh my God, am I dreaming? Dou Xian's heart pounded, and he was very excited. Heavenly Domain Starry Sky Essence was extremely rare even in the core star field of the great Brahma domain, let alone a desolate place like the land of the far west. In Dou Xian's heart, a drop of Heavenly Domain Starry Sky Essence was comparable to the value of Dubhe City, but now he actually got a full bottle of Heavenly Domain Starry Sky Essence, which was incredible. This bottle of Heavenly Domain Starry Sky Essence had far exceeded the value of Dubhe City itself. Speaking of which, Dou Xian had taken a big bargain. Thinking up to here, Dou Xian was rather terrified. He hurriedly bowed to Zhuowen and said, Senior Zhua, this is truly too precious. Zhuowen waved his hand, but looked at Dou Xian and said with a smile, You're also not far from breaking through to the Void Sky 7th step, right? Are you willing to join me? To tell you the truth, this bottle of Heavenly Domain Starry Sky Essence is insignificant in my inventory. If you sincerely submit to me, it won't be difficult for you to reach the Void Sky 7th step. Dou Xian's heart jumped, but he revealed a trace of hesitation. But when he looked at the heavenly star essence in his hand and the king's spirit behind Zhuowen, he gritted his teeth and said, "If Senior can really help me break through to the void sky seventh step, I am willing to follow Senior." "Ha ha, then it's settled. As the host, are you going to let us stand outside like this?" Zhuowen laughed heartily. Dou Xian patted his forehead and hurriedly apologized. "It's Junior's fault. Please follow me into Dubhe Pavilion." Dubhe Pavilion was the core of Dubhe City. It was also the pavilion where Dou Xian, the city lord, lived. It was heavily guarded, and there were many masters inside. In Dubhe Pavilion, Zhuowen sat in the main seat, the king's spirit sat next to him, and Yin Bingyun and the other two women sat below. Dou Xian sat on the other side with a respectful expression and a smile on his face. "Senior, Dubhe City is yours in the future. As long as you give the order, all the cultivators in Dubhe City can be used by you." Dou Xian said with a smile. Zhuowen nodded and said in a low voice, "Actually, I didn't buy your Dubhe City for the sake of controlling it, and I wanted to develop my own forces. To be honest, I have a doppelganger. He has a small world in his body. My people and force have been developing in that small world. But I don't feel at ease leaving them in the small world to develop, so I plan to bring them out. The location of your Dubhe City is not bad, so I want to settle my people and forces in your Dubhe City." Hearing this, Dou Xian showed a look of understanding. He nodded and said with a smile, "Senior Zhuo, Dubhe City is already yours. You can arrange it however you want. I will listen to all your orders," but Dou Xian's eyes became extremely hot as he said this. Zhuowen smiled and said, "Don't worry, I will help you reach the seventh level of the void sky." As he said this, Zhuowen took out another item from the spiritual ring. This item was a type of Ganoderma, and its surface was colorful. Moreover, there was a colorful mist lingering around the Ganoderma, giving off an intoxicating immortal qi. The moment Dou Xian saw this Ganoderma, his eyes widened, his whole body trembled, and his lips trembled. He said uncertainly, could this be 7 profound Ganoderma?" The 7 profound Ganoderma had 7 colors. It was said that this Ganoderma was no different from an ordinary Ganoderma when it was young. But as time passed, the colors on the Ganoderma would slowly overlap, and it would eventually become a 7-colored Ganoderma. This kind of divine medicine was a level 8 divine medicine, and it was said that it could increase the chances of reaching the 7th level of the void sky from the 6th level of the void sky. As long as a cultivator had this 7 profound Ganoderma, they would be able to successfully break through the 7th level of the void sky. But as a level 8 divine medicine, the 7 profound Ganoderma was even rarer than the heavenly domain starry marrow. Zhuowen had obtained this kind of divine medicine from the countless resources of the Luotian Palace. The Luotian Palace was a giant force that had produced an ultimate powerhouse who reached the 9th level of the void sky millions of years ago. It had a deep foundation, so it naturally had a certain amount of 7 profound Ganoderma. "Is it enough?" Zhuowen asked indifferently. Dou Xian forced himself to calm down and said hastily, "Yes, it's more than enough." "Then sign a contract with me. I will help you reach the 7th level of the void sky, and you will follow me for 1,000 years. What do you think?" Zhuowen smiled. Dou Xian was surprised. Then he nodded and said, "I agree." After the two of them signed the contract, Zhuowen gave the 7 profound Ganoderma to Dou Xian. The latter was so happy that he carefully put the 7 profound Ganoderma away. Zhuowen stayed in Dubhe City for half a month. During this time, Zhuowen moved the heavenly armor star and the crepe Myrtle Galaxy out of Devourer space. When Yin Bingyun and Yun Chiyu saw the crepe Myrtle Galaxy, they were stunned at first. Then they looked grateful. They didn't expect that Zhuowen would put the crepe myrtle galaxy, which had become a dead area, into his small world. This made them feel touched and guilty. With the help of the King Spirit and Do Xian, the crepe myrtle galaxy, and the heavenly armor star were placed around Dubhe City. Due to the Great War millions of years ago, there were almost no complete life planets in the far west, let alone galaxies. Especially in the infinite magnet sea, the forces were basically built on huge meteorites. It was impossible for any planets or galaxies to exist. If the crepe myrtle galaxy was taken out and placed around Dubhe City, it would attract the attention of many other forces. Especially in the crepe myrtle galaxy, the area of any life planet was comparable to the meteorite where Dubhe City was located. Most of the cultivators in Dubhe City moved to the crepe myrtle galaxy. After all, the meteorite where Dubhe City was located was desolate and barren. Not even a blade of grass grew there. Most of it was maintained by cultivators with their divine power. However, life planets were different. There were seas, forests, plains, hills, and many other magnificent scenes. They were extremely beautiful. This was extremely new to many cultivators in the far west. Of course, some cultivators who had been to the far west were not surprised by this. They were shocked by what kind of cultivator could move an entire galaxy and place it in the infinite magnet sea. The rumor of the void sky 8 steps in this galaxy had also spread. Although many forces coveted the beauty of the crepe myrtle galaxy, they did not dare to make a move. The 8 void sky steps was enough to dominate the far west. Who would dare to provoke it? Zhuowen brought all the Ryuka's higher-ups to Dubhe City. The experts in Dubhe City were now under Zhuowen's command. Do Xian had already gone into seclusion and did not care about the affairs of Dubhe City at all. Father, mother, in the future, the Long family will develop here. I believe that with the resources our Long family currently possesses, as long as we have enough time to develop, we will have more and more experts. Eventually, we will become a colossal force. Zhuowen stood on the railing of the attic and looked into the distance. Long Xiaotian and Feng Xiao stood behind him, leaning against each other. The two of them didn't say anything, only silently looking at Zhuowen's back, the corners of their mouths filled with pride. Both of them had broken through to the void sky step, but their realms were not high. However, to be able to see that their son was actually so capable, their hearts were filled with gratification and joy. Which parents in the world did not want their children to succeed? The higher Zhuowen's achievements were, the prouder they would be as his parents. Ryuka has really risen. It was just an insignificant force in the heavenly armor continent. It has become so powerful and will continue to grow. It is really incredible, Long Xiaotian murmured in a low voice. His eyes were full of reminiscence. Yes, all of this cannot be separated from one Er's contribution. Chapter 21:16. Old Man Heartless King Spirit. How many 8th step void sky cultivators are there in the far west? Zhuowen stood with his hands behind his back, gazing into the distance, as he asked. The King's Spirit, standing behind Zhuowen, replied, In the far west, there is only one other than me. Moreover, this person is eccentric and unruly. He is older and stronger than me. Who is he? Zhuowen asked curiously. Originally, Zhuowen thought that in a desolate place like the far west, the King's Spirit would be the strongest. He didn't expect there to be an 8th step void sky cultivator here. Moreover, it seemed that this 8th step void sky cultivator took longer than the King's Spirit. This person is nicknamed Old Man Heartless. He is a reclusive and low-key person. In the far west, his name is not well known at all. Only those void sky 5th ascension experts in the far west know of old Wu Qing's name. Moreover, Old Man Wuching's cave is extremely secretive. Most of the cultivators in the far west don't know about it, and I accidentally entered his cave. At that time, I was beaten half to death by him and barely escaped. Speaking of this, the king's spirit's mouth twitched, as if he couldn't bear to look back on the past. Zhuowen's gaze was strange as he smiled and said, "So that's how it is. Old Man Heartless is not a bad person. At that time, he only taught you a lesson and didn't kill you." The king's spirit shrugged and said helplessly, "Although I didn't have much contact with Old Man Heartless, I can feel that he is indeed not a bad person. May I know why Master is looking for him?" The corners of Zhuowen's mouth twitched as he said indifferently, "To be honest, I was driven out by many forces in the star field and ended up here in the far west. There are some old scores that I want to settle back in the star field." The king's spirit's eyes were sharp as he asked, "Master, do you plan to ask Old Man Heartless to help you?" Zhuowen nodded and said, "From your words, I can see that Old Man Heartless is stronger than you. He should not be weaker than the ancestors of the star field's 10 great sects, perhaps even stronger. Such a character naturally needs to be invited." The king's spirit said, "Heartless old man doesn't leave his cave easily. If you want to convince him, the chances of success are low. If we have the blood of the heavenly Tao, will the success rate be very low?" Zhuowen asked with a smile. Di Ling's eyes flashed as he said, "That might not be the case." "Ha! Take me to Old Man Wuqing." Zhuowen laughed. After receiving the king's spirit's promise, Zhuowen spoke to Long Xiaotian and the other Ryuka leaders, as well as Yin Bingyun and the other 2 girls, before leaving Dubhe City. In the deepest depths of the Myriad Magnet Sea, there was an extremely large uninhabited area. This area covered an area of 100 million kilometers. The reason it was an uninhabited area was mainly because the magnetic field here was the strongest in the entire Myriad Magnet Sea. The moment Zhuowen's flying ship entered the area, it immediately trembled violently. All the equipment in the main control room was destroyed by the powerful magnetic field, and the entire flying ship was turned into scrap metal. Zhuowen and King Spirit walked out of the ship. What a powerful magnetic field. The moment Zhuowen walked out of the ship, he felt a terrifying magnetic force crushing his body. It made him feel as if 1,000 mountains were pressing down on him. He knew this was because the magnetic field was too strong. The magnetic field here is much stronger than before. When I first came here, the magnetic field was not this strong, King Spirit explained. Zhuowen waved his hand and asked, "Do you still know where Old Man Wuqing is?" King Spirit said, "Yes. Master, follow me. Old Man Wuqing's cave is not far from here." Although the magnetic field had a strong interference effect on the divine sense, neither of them were ordinary people. They could tell the direction within a short distance. Not long after, King Spirit and Zhuowen arrived at a huge canyon suspended in the middle of the magnetic field. The canyon was as dark as ink, and there was a black fog rolling around it. The fog followed a certain pattern, and it kept floating and rolling upwards, forming a hideous skull shape. It was invisible, and it exuded a strange aura. "Is this Old Man Wuqing's cave?" Zhuowen asked quietly. King Spirit nodded, then looked at the entrance of the canyon and said, "This canyon is set up by Old Man Wuqing. If we want to find him, we have to go through this canyon." The reason why I was able to enter back then was actually by accident. I don't know how I entered the cave. Zhuowen entered the canyon, and his eyes became very serious. He realized that the restrictions in the canyon were very mysterious. They were far beyond his array formation skills. They were much better than the Ghost Curse Lady, who had entered the Luo God Palace with him. The Ghost Curse Lady was a level 7 array formation master, and the restrictions in this canyon were at least at the level of a level 8 array formation master. This canyon is filled with level 8 arrays, Zhuo Wen said solemnly. King Spirit was shocked and said helplessly, "Then what should we do?" Although King Spirit knew that Zhuo Wen's array formation was very powerful, he was only a level 6 array formation master. It was almost impossible for him to break through the endless level 8 array formations in the canyon. "Let's go." Zhuo Wen's eyes were sharp. His divine soul was unprecedentedly powerful. Although his formation Dao was not comparable to a level 8 formation Dao master, his divine soul was not any weaker than a level 8 formation Dao master. If he was asked to set up a level 8 array formation, Zhuo Wen would not be able to do it. However, with his powerful spirit, Zhuo Wen could easily observe these level 8 spirit arrays and find the flaws in these spirit arrays and exploit them. Thinking of this, Zhuo Wen took a step forward and entered the canyon. There was an extremely powerful array formation at the entrance. Zhuo Wen scanned it with his soul, and after 10 breaths, he finally found the flaw in the array formation. Immediately after, his divine sense transformed into a violent storm and fiercely bombarded the gap, causing the array to instantly fall into a weakened state. "Let's go," Zhuo Wen said to the King Spirit. Then he stepped into the canyon. King Spirit was stunned at first, but he quickly reacted and followed in. The King Spirit was impressed by Zhuo Wen's bravery, though. If it were him, he would not be able to do anything about the array formation in the canyon. The canyon was not very long, only about 4,000 meters long. For elites like Zhuo Wen and King Spirit, it would only take them a single step to cross that distance. But now, it was difficult for them to walk in the canyon. As they entered the canyon, the array formation became denser and more powerful. The speed of their progress became slower, but Zhuo Wen was not discouraged. Instead, he became more and more excited. While he was breaking the array formation, he was also learning how to arrange the array formation around him. As he continued to break the array formation, Zhuo Wen's understanding of the array formation increased rapidly. After all, level 8 formations could be seen everywhere in the gorge. Since Zhuo Wen had seen a lot of level 8 formations, he naturally had a rough understanding of many level 8 formations. Moreover, he was able to figure out the principles and trajectories of level 8 formations by breaking through the formations. It could be said to be extremely beneficial to him. Inside the canyon, Zhuo Wen and King Spirit walked for 3 months. Finally, they reached the end of the canyon. "Finally, we are out." King Spirit breathed a sigh of relief, and a relaxed smile appeared on his face. For the past 3 months, King Spirit had been worried that Zhuo Wen would trigger the level 8 array formation. King Spirits were not afraid of level 8 arrays, but there was more than one level 8 array in the valley. If one of them was triggered, the entire array formation would be triggered. With so many level 8 arrays activated at the same time, even King Spirit would not be able to withstand it. However, just as the King Spirit took a step forward, it was stopped by Zhuo Wen. "Master, what is it?" King Spirit looked at Zhuo Wen with confusion. However, Zhuo Wen's eyes were filled with seriousness. He said in a heavy voice, "There's another formation here. If I'm not wrong, the formation at the end of the gorge is the source of all the formations in the gorge. It's also the strongest formation. If you continue on like this, I don't know what will happen." King Spirit's body trembled, and he immediately stopped. He took a few steps back, and his eyes were full of fear. King Spirit's consciousness scanned the area, but he could not find any trace of the array formation. "Don't waste your time. There is a powerful shielding array outside this array formation. It has already blocked your divine sense. How can you still detect it?" Zhuo Wen said, and then took 9 steps forward. He took out 9 palm-sized array discs from his spirit ring. Zhuo Wen quickly formed a seal with his hands. Then, the 9 array discs quickly assembled and arranged themselves into the shape of a tower in the void. Creak, creak. The sound of machinery rolling could be heard from the inside of the 9 array discs. Then, a few meters in front of Zhuo Wen, dense, invisible ripples appeared. Whoosh! The instant the invisible ripples surged out, a frightening gale whistled and swept out, causing Zhuo Wen's white robes to flutter and flutter. Zhuo Wen's hair flew in the wind, and he stood still like a rock. His right hand formed a sword finger and quickly moved on the 9 array discs. Then, dazzling lines appeared on the surface of the array discs, like veins filling the surface of the array discs. King Spirit's pupils shrank, and he saw the quiet air in front of him surge violently. Immediately, the King Spirit's divine sense detected an array that was much larger than any of the other level 8 arrays in the canyon. The King Spirit licked his lips and said, "Isn't this a bit too scary? It is much stronger than a level 8 array formation. It must be at least a level 9 array formation.